Alrighty, I'll call this meeting of the Iowa State University Student Government Senate to order. Before we begin with roll call, we have a few senators that have yet to be sworn in. So for those senators, please head to the front of the room along with the Chief Justice.
Have you raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear or affirm to execute the duties of my position
as
prescribed in the Constitution and the laws of government for the benefit of all students. Congratulations.
Congratulations to everyone. We will now move into roll call. I believe I have most names fairly correct, but if I don't say your name correctly, feel free to interrupt. So, Senator Dimhoff. Here. Iona Dimhoff, got it. Gertis. Here. Rolls. Here. Reinhardt. Grape. Here. Jones. Here. O'Connor. Here. Sheen. Shin. Got it. Utica. Not here. Miller. Here. Wasango. Here. Cronin. Pizoric. Kikung. Azan. Kanmeyer. Dahmen. Hirsch. Here. Brennan. Here. Quarsh. Quarshi. Quashi. Got it. Verriger. Here. Agarwal. Here. Snyder. Here. Bailey. Hartley. Margret. Here. Nandal. Pursley. Here. Neal. Here. Kusi. Here. Guardi. Juwan. Awesome. You might need to set your time on the screen so it doesn't shut off. Awesome. It looks like we have quorum for this evening. We will now move into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senator Pursley.
I motion to add Senator Cronin to the roll.
Are there any objections? You are added to the roll. And we do have a program this evening, the State of the Student Body, with our president.
Alrighty, good evening, guys. I'm going to keep this fairly short. I know we have a lot of business to get to, but it is an honor to stand before you today as the 73rd Student Body President of Iowa State University. My name is Colby Brandt. I'm a sophomore majoring in Agriculture and Rural Policy Studies, and I'm honored to be before you tonight. I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to each of you sitting in this room for your dedication, ideas, and your belief in the power of student voices. This role is not something I take lightly. It is a privilege to represent over 30,000 Cyclones every day who are working to shape their future. Tonight, I stand before you not just to reflect on where we are, but to look ahead at where we're going. At Iowa State, the aspirations of our students are not only encouraged, they're actively pursued. These dreams come to life in classrooms, laboratories, and athletic fields and across every aspect of our campus community. This evening, we gather to reflect on the shared commitment to excellence and look ahead with purpose and determination. Over the past year, student government has experienced several meaningful triumphs, from launching the parking ticket relief program to successfully planning and executing the Big 12 conference. The spirit of collaboration and innovation has been evident across campus. We've worked diligently to support students in ways both big and small. Our legislative body passed meaningful legislation, engaged in difficult conversations, and consistently put students first. We also made strides in elevating student voices through events like Innovation Beyond the Classroom, where we welcomed the Iowa Board of Regents to campus. We showcased the incredible work that students are doing outside of the classroom in research, leadership, and community service. It was a reminder that our student body is not only capable of great things, but already achieving them. This past year has been a testament to what can be accomplished when we unite around a common goal: to improve the Iowa State experience for everyone. While we've made progress, it's important to acknowledge that Iowa State students continue to face persistent challenges, many of which have gone unaddressed for far too long. Transportation remains a critical concern for students living on and off campus. Students have been faced with transportation struggles for many years, primarily making it to the Des Moines airport for breaks. Especially if you don't have a personal vehicle, traveling home for academic breaks becomes a barrier. This gap in service creates a sense of disconnection for students far from home. We are excited to initiate a partnership with the Iowa State Department of Transportation to ensure that students are able to make it home for their breaks. To help address these concerns, we're also looking at ways to continue our partnership with SciRide, like placing TV screens at high-need bus stops. Small changes like these can make a big difference. When transportation is reliable, accessible, and clearly communicated, students are better supported, more connected, and less stressed. In times of economic uncertainty and financial hardship, it's more important than ever to be good stewards of student dollars. We have a responsibility to be fiscally responsible when allocating funding, ensuring transparency and accountability in how student dollars are spent. College can be a challenging time with students facing financial pressure, mental health struggles, and academic demands. But just as pressing is the need to feel safe, especially in the light of issues like sexual violence and other safety concerns on campus. This form of harm deeply affects individuals in our campus community. These challenges don't exist in isolation. They impact students' well-being, their sense of belonging, and their ability to thrive. To truly support students, we need a proactive way to approach safety and care. Green Dot gives us a way to do that. It's not about bystander intervention. It's about empowering students to look out for each other and build a culture of care and accountability. To get Green Dot in front of more students, we need to integrate it into orientation, residence life, student organizations, and even classrooms. It should be visible, accessible, and part of everyday conversations. When students know what Green Dot is and how they can use it, they feel more comfortable stepping in and supporting one another. That's how we create real change. Finally, we must continue to work to foster involvement and connections. Students thrive when they feel seen, heard, and engaged in their community. That begins by creating accessible pathways for students to participate in clubs and leadership opportunities that reflect the diversity and interests of our campus. As we look to the year ahead, it's clear that we have an incredible opportunity to create meaningful change. We know the issues that students face, and now it's time for us to take action on them. Our goal over the coming months is not simply to identify problems, but to implement lasting solutions that improve the student experience in tangible ways. We are committed to fostering an environment where every student feels valued on our campus. Throughout this Senate meeting and the ones that follow, you will hear from members of our cabinet, each of whom has set ambitious goals for their respective positions. These individuals have gone through a rigorous selection process drawn from a highly competitive pool of 36 applicants. They're a team of driven, passionate leaders who are deeply committed to advancing the issues that matter to students. Together, we will work tirelessly to turn our shared vision into a reality. We will continue to listen to the voices of the student body, collaborate with key campus partners, and hold ourselves accountable to the student body and the promises we make. The work we do this year will lay the foundation for a stronger, more connected Iowa State, a place where every student has the resources, opportunities, and support to succeed. Before I close tonight, I want to leave you all with a quote. Coming together is the beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. These words from Henry Ford capture the spirit I hope we carry with us this year. Unity will be the foundation of everything we accomplish. It is through collaboration, mutual respect, and shared purpose that we will move Iowa State forward. Each of you brings unique strengths, ideas, and perspectives to the table, and I'm excited to work alongside all of you. This isn't just my journey or yours, it's ours together. We have the power to amplify student voices, drive innovation, and create a campus culture where every Cyclone feels empowered and supported. Let's lead with intention, listen with empathy, and act with courage. I'm grateful to be on this journey with all of you, and I cannot wait to see what we achieve this year. Thank you.
We will now move into open forum. Open forum is an opportunity to discuss issues relevant to the student body. If you're here for open forum, I ask you to approach the podium at this time. I ask all senators to close or mostly close your laptops.
Good evening, everyone. I want to take some time at this first Senate meeting of the year to introduce myself to you all. My name is Kate Altendorf, and I've been appointed as the Director of Operations by President Brandt. I am majoring in Agricultural Systems Technology with a minor in Business. I graduated from Goodhue High School, which is located in southeastern Minnesota. In high school, I was involved in FFA, National Honor Society, student government, sports, and multiple other extracurricular activities. In college, I remained active in the AST Club, Power Portals Club, and also working at the Iowa State Feed Mill and Grain Science Complex. This last year, Colby and Will asked me to help with their campaign for student government. I was excited for this opportunity because I believed in their vision and their goals, and I also wanted to get involved with student government at Iowa State. They sought me out for my background in leadership and ability to work through difficult experiences and situations. In my position as Director of Operations, I look forward to serving as the Executive Liaison to the President and Vice President, supporting them with scheduling, event coordination, enacting campaign priorities, and ensuring transparency within Iowa State student government and the student body. One of my goals is to make it easier to join student government and expand our outreach by increasing the knowledge of the student government among our student body. The previous administration did a great job of laying the groundwork for this, and I look forward to continuing their initiatives. This is a new cabinet position, but I will have similar duties as the other cabinet members, such as weekly office hours, attending Senate meetings, attending executive cabinet meetings, and assisting the President and Vice President with enacting their campaign goals. I'm excited to get to work with this amazing team that President Brandt and Vice President Vlasic have assembled, and I look forward to meeting all of you and working with you throughout the course of this term. Thank you.
Well, after hearing all that, I feel like we have our student body in good hands, so thank you. Also, congratulations to the new president and the new members. This makes me feel a lot better about what I would like to say today. So, hello, my name is Ellie Allen, and I am a senior and concurrent graduate student in the Department of Apparel Merchandising and Design. Over the past 4 years, I've greatly benefited from the exceptional instruction and mentorship within our department, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunities it has provided. That's why I'm reaching out today with concern and a request for your guys' support. I understand this is very last minute, and it's also the very first meeting of the semester, so I'm not expecting an immediate or resolute response. However, I wanted to let you know that this is something that students in this department have been bringing up, and we would like more awareness of it. This semester, students in our program learned that AMD 1650, Dress, Appearance, and Diversity in U.S. Society, a required course in our major that also fulfilled the U.S. Cultures and Communities credit, was suspended for revision last fall for the winter 2024 and spring 2025 sessions, following a parent's concern regarding course content exploring the BDSM subculture and its influence on mainstream fashion. Although this material was presented in an educational context, the course was revised and then suspended in response to the concern, and the process by which this decision was made has raised questions among students and faculty about transparency and communication. The decision to suspend the course was made without following the academic grievances and appeals process, without consultation with department faculty other than the instructor, Dr. Kelly Reddybest, and without any formal communication to students who needed to take the class or who had already taken the class. As a result, many of us were unaware of the decision until after it had taken effect. While Dr. Reddybest has emphasized that this was not the sole reason for her departure, the situation has contributed to her decision to accept a position at another university. Her sudden departure has had a noticeable impact on both students and the faculty in our department, underscoring the significance of this issue for our academic community. We also believe that this sets a troubling precedent, one that threatens academic freedom, transparency, and student engagement in decisions that directly affect our education. In response, a group of us have organized efforts to raise awareness and advocate for accountability. We've already gathered over 25 student signatures, including those behind me, on a petition, and we are encouraging more AMD and any other student on campus to sign. We also plan on attending the Faculty Senate meetings on April 29th and May 13th to ensure this issue is addressed publicly and respectfully. Our intention is not to create conflict, but to ensure student voices are heard and that no future decisions are made without appropriate process or representation. That's why we're here today, to ask for your help with the following. We would like guidance on how best to engage during these Senate meetings, and that can be in the form of support, preparing a short statement, or helping us develop talking points for the good of the order open forum, or in how we can bring this up to the faculty themselves. And then finally, we would also like representation. We know that you guys, some of you guys attend these faculty meetings, and having that support would also be very meaningful for us. We know your familiarity with university policy and Senate procedures would be invaluable, and your presence would signal broader student support for fairness, transparency, and academic integrity. While this situation began with our department, we believe it raises broader concerns that affect students and faculty across the university. Decisions that impact curriculum and instruction, especially when made without transparency or inclusive input, can set a precedent that may influence how similar concerns are handled in other programs. We're bringing this forward not only to advocate for our department, but to raise awareness among the wider campus community. We deserve to be informed and included when changes affect our education, and we hope that by speaking up today, we can help ensure that future decisions are made with greater transparency, process, and respect for academic freedom. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. If you guys are interested, feel free to reach out. I've also sent an email to the student government on your contact website, so thank you very much if you'd like more questions or information. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Sophia Poquette, and I'm a sophomore majoring in agricultural communication with minors in animal science and public relations. I'm originally from Southeast Minnesota, and I'm honored to be appointed as the press secretary for the 2025 to 2026 year. My background in communication and public relations has taught me the importance of clear, effective messaging, especially when it comes to representing diverse voices. Through my leadership experiences and officer positions that I've held throughout high school and even here at Iowa State, I've developed a strong passion for bridging the gap between students and their representatives. I believe in the power of transparency, accessibility, and active outreach when it comes to student government. As press secretary, my vision is to ensure that every student feels informed, heard, and empowered. I want to strengthen our communication channels, highlight the work being done behind the scenes, and create opportunities for students to engage with the decisions that shape their time here at Iowa State. I'm truly excited to collaborate with students from all areas across campus and to create a more connected and informed student body, as well as the community. Together, we can continue making Iowa State University a place where all voices matter and where we lead with purpose. Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Emily Boland, and I just want to bring attention to an event that's happening in Ames this weekend. It is the first ever Campus Town Showdown, and it's set to take place this weekend. It is a unique event that brings a cattle show to the heart of Campus Town District on Welch Avenue. It's a vibrant hub of agricultural celebration inspired by the Manhattan, Kansas Aggieville Showdown, and it aims to bridge the gap between rural and urban communities by showcasing livestock in an urban setting. On Friday night, April 25th, the events kick off at 6 p.m. At the Hansen Center, and then at 9:30 a.m. on Saturday the 26th, the competition continues with market, beef, and breeding heifer divisions. The event culminates at 6:30 p.m. with the grand drive on Welch Avenue, featuring the crowning of top competitors, a Western fashion show, live music performances, and a variety of vendor booths. We'd love to see you there this weekend. Thanks, guys.
Seeing no one else here for open forum, we will now move into adopting the agenda. Senator Persley.
Okay, first I would like to motion to move Senator Utica into the roll, or onto the roll.
Are there any objections?
Okay, so bear with me, everyone, because I have a lot of bills to add. So I'm going to do this all in one big motion to add the bills. So motion to add 2025-1-00 SC, Chief of Staff. Motion to add 2025-1-01 SC, Finance, 2025-1-02 SC, the executive nominee for fees and tuition, 2025-1-03 SC, nomination of ex officio, 2025-1-04 SC, SIRIDE Board of Trustees, 2025-1-05 SC, nope, ignore that. 2025-1-06 SC, Senior Director of Communications. 2025-1-07, Clerk of the Senate. And then 2025-1-02 SG, floor election for Fees and Tuition Senator. And 2025-1-03 SG, Senator for the SIRIDE Board. Okay. All right, I'm going to go through and try to add all of these now.
Are there any objections?
Nope.
All righty, we will give her a second to go through and add those to the agenda.
Whoever else is on my forms document that has the bills, please help me add them.
Are there any objections? All right, we'll recess for 5 minutes. How about now? There we go. It's the end of our 5-minute recess. I think they're still working through the agenda.
One of the conclusions, so there are some new senators who don't have the agenda for the meeting. I mean, these guys don't have it, so I don't know about other new senators. We don't have that. If someone can share it, I mean, I can share it.
Are you guys all in teams, I assume then?
Yeah, I'll just look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would. Awesome. You do. All right, Senator Hurley.
I would just like to give a point of information that the way that our current agenda for today is set up goes against bylaw 2.19.7, which reads, in the case that the legislation is the election of a speaker or vice speaker, the legislation will be placed before external matters in all other legislation of the meeting. So we can either move to rearrange and move those two bills to the top of external matters, or we can move to waive the bylaw. I did not know how we all would feel about that, though I think this is a type of situation that would warrant the waiving of a bylaw since it is just the addition of a new senator. I move to waive bylaw 2.19.7.
Are there any objections? Alrighty. Are there any other motions at this time? Oh, Senator Kane.
I think
Senator Kanmeyer, did you had your placard raised?
Yeah, so point of information, I think it's better if we have a new senator, speaker elected first before seating a new senator or anyone. I mean, currently we don't have a speaker, acting speaker, or I don't know. So who is the speaker basically right now?
There's
none. So that's the concern that I have. So I think
so you could. We already motion approved waiving of the bylaw, so you could motion to move it to a different spot in
Yes.
the agenda, but we'll go to Senator Agarwal first.
I mean, like Noah said, this is how we did it last year too. Seating a senator isn't a super big deal, and we have our speaker elections immediately after that. The speaker doesn't have a role in seating a senator, so I think waiving the bylaw should be perfectly fine, unless you want to wait at least 2 hours before seating that new senator, because that's how long the elections are going to take.
All right. Just to Senator Kanmeyer?
Yes. I move to add to the bottom of new business 2025-1-001Y.
What's the name of the bill?
Including a land acknowledgement in the Senate agenda. Please second.
Are there?
You have to.
All right, Senator Kanmeyer, you finished?
So
Senator's on.
it's already been a long agenda, and we are adding one more bill onto the floor.
All right, Senator Kanmeyer, do you withdraw your motion?
I do not. I just want to add, we get to it or we don't get to it. Having it on the agenda, I think, is the more important thing, and then we can talk about it and vote on it next week. If we don't put it on the agenda now, we won't get to it until August. So. I'll put that out there.
All right, we will go ahead and vote on Senator Azan's objection. We will go ahead with a placard vote. Oh, yes, great point. So right now we're voting on Senator Azan's objection to adding Senator Kanmeyer's bill to the bottom of new business. So if you were to vote yes right now, you'd be voting in favor of Senator Azan's objection to not have the bill added to the bottom of new business.
I would vote, it just takes our time in the same time to go.
Okay. Is there a second on Senator Kanmeyer's original motion? Are there any objections? All right, we will go ahead and add Senator Kanmeyer's bill to the bottom of new business. And I do not have editing access on my computer to the agenda. Could you share that bill over with maybe Senator Pursley? Oh, it is? Awesome. Oh, perfect. I see it now. And I apologize. Are there any more motions? Are we all set there? Perfect. We are now back on the agenda as a whole. Is there a motion to approve the current agenda as presented? Is it? All right. Are there any objections? Great. We will now, we've wrapped that up. We will now move into the approval of last meeting's minutes. Is there a motion to do so? Are there any objections? The minutes have been approved. We will now move into committee reports, and I believe we won't have any committee reports this evening. Thank you. So we will move directly into comments from the judicial branch.
All right, so hi guys, my name's Emily. I'm the Chief Justice of the Judicial Branch, and I just want to introduce myself today to all the new senators. If you have any questions about the Judicial Branch or anything to do with the court in general, feel free to ask me. That's pretty much it, yeah.
Are there any questions for the judicial branch? We'll now move into comments from the advisors.
Are we going to rock, paper, scissors? Hi, for those of you who haven't met me, my name is Christine Heflin. I'm one of the associate directors here in the MU and one of the advisors for student government. Typically, advisors will kind of rotate through these Senate meetings, so you'll see one of the three of us each week. But Chad Garland, the director of the MU, is also over there tonight. So feel free to come and talk to either of us or Brad Hill if you have questions about anything, if you have a project you want help with, or if you just want to say hi. My office is on the first floor in student engagement across from Panda Express. Chad and Brad are up on the third floor. But yeah, we're here to help you.
Are there any questions for the advisors? All right, we will now move into comments from the executive branch.
Hi, everyone. Once again, I don't really have much to add. I gave my State of the Student Body, but thank you all again for being here. Could not be more excited to work with you all over the next year and see everything that we're able to accomplish this year. Today, we will have a full agenda, but it's a really meaningful agenda. We're seating a lot of our wonderful cabinet nominees, so I'm excited for you all to meet some of them, and I know most of you have already met most of them, so we're excited to work with you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Questions for the executive branch? All right, thank you very much. Seeing no external or internal matters, we will now move into special orders, starting with 2025-1-001 SD, seating a United Residents off-campus senator with Senator Snyder.
Hey guys, so you all know the candidate who's coming up to the stage, or the podium. We voted unanimously to confirm him and send him to you guys favorably with our last UROC meeting, and I'm going to yield time to Riker Marcus.
Yeah, hi everybody. For those of you that haven't met me yet, or I guess for those I have not met yet, my name is Riker Marcus. I was a College of Ag and Life Sciences senator from November until inauguration this past Monday. And now I am trying to get sat as an off-campus senator, and I would love to answer any questions anyone has.
Say that one more time. Oh, sorry, Senator Agarwal.
Okay, I would just like to voice my support for Riker. His grit and determination is really commendable, and he's been a great asset to rules and has fulfilled his duties as a senator beautifully. I'd just like to say that this is a great guy for this position.
Senator Neal.
I also just wanted to voice my support for Riker. UROC met, and we had a lot of great candidates to look at, but we really appreciated how hard that he worked last session in his position and on committees, and think he would be a great addition as a UROC senator.
Senator Hirsch.
I'm just going to sound like a broken record. I just want to voice my support. I'm used to the regular microphone. I just want to voice my support for former Senator Marcus. He was a great addition to the team last year. I couldn't think of anyone else better equipped to be a UROC senator. So again, I just want to support his nomination.
Senator Kanmeyer.
I mean, why not? We're all doing it. Riker is, I got to serve on 2 committees with Riker, both Rules and Finance. He did an amazing job and will continue to do an amazing job as a UROC senator. And I'm going to call to question.
Are there any objections? Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there a second? Are there any objections? Thank you so much. Congratulations, Senator Marcus. And he will also be sworn in by a member of the Supreme Court.
All right, you know the drill. I solemnly swear or affirm.
I solemnly swear or affirm
to execute the duties of my position.
to execute the duties of my position
As prescribed in the Constitution.
as prescribed in the Constitution
And the laws of the government.
and the laws of the government
For the benefit of all students.
for the benefit of all students.
Okay.
Thank you.
We will now move into 2025-1-001 SG, electing a new Speaker of the Senate with Senator Margaret. Awesome. Just as a reminder of how this goes, there'll be multiple phases. First, we'll ask for nominations. If nominated, you can choose to accept or decline. Then they'll give a 5-minute opening statement, and we'll proceed through debate and then an eventual vote. Senator Agarwal.
I nominate Josie Persley.
To accept? Senator Rolls.
I nominate myself. Yes.
Senator Hirsch. Are there any more? Senator Utica?
I nominate Queen.
Senator Margaret. Do you accept?
I'm sorry, I respectfully decline.
Are there any more motions? Senator Iona Demhoff?
I nominate Senator Agarwal.
Thank you. Any more nominations? Is there a motion to close the floor to nominations? Any objections? All right, the floor is closed. I ask all nominees to go towards the podium at this time, and we will continue to hear their 5-minute opening statements in the order that they were nominated.
Let me know when my 5 minutes starts.
You may begin whenever.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josie Persley, and I am a senior in political science and environmental studies. This is my 3rd term in student government, and I am so excited to serve the student body alongside all of you. Reflecting on my journey in student government, I have wholeheartedly dedicated myself to serving our student body.
During my first term, I had the honor of serving as the sorority senator and as the vice chair of the Sustainability Committee. This past term, my fellow senators entrusted me with the role of vice speaker, where I led as a chief officer alongside previous Speaker Momini, President Hirsch, and Vice President Margaret. Their leadership abilities and our teamwork in leading the Senate have not only inspired me, but have solidified my desire to move up in leadership roles and take on the responsibilities of Speaker of the Senate. My previous roles and qualifications have allowed me to have the experience necessary for this significant leadership role. Having served as Vice Chair of the Rules Committee, as well as spending countless hours writing rules minutes each week, I possess a deep understanding of our Constitution and bylaws, enabling me to navigate our governing framework effectively. I also have worked diligently on more behind-the-scenes operational things, such as helping out and put on fun and informational working meetings for the Senate. I bring experience in conflict management, which requires addressing challenges head-on and promoting positive solutions. I have had to manage situations in which senators conflict with each other and have been able to sit down with these individuals to come to a consensus. I'm committed to maintaining an open line of communication where issues can be discussed candidly, ensuring our Senate operates smoothly. My participative leadership style embraces collaboration, actively involving each senator in the decision-making process. As your speaker, I will prioritize and value each and every senator's insights and encourage discussions towards the collaborative common good of the organization and the students we represent. This coming term, I want to focus on the integration of our new bylaws, especially the implementation of cardinal credits, and emphasize the importance of each senator's participation in projects and our legislation. This term, I want to focus on the word action and create the Senate Year of Action, dedicated to completing our project ideas and working together. Action cannot be completed without plurality and the Senate, committees, and cabinet working together. My favorite author, Hannah Arendt, says, "Without actions, ideas remain mere abstractions." I will create a format for senators to present their project completions to the Senate and hold each other accountable with project reports. As Speaker, I would like to uphold the warm and welcoming atmosphere that Speaker Momini and I worked so hard to establish last term, becoming a trusted resource for senators with questions, concerns, and even suggestions for improvement for me or the Vice Speaker. I genuinely appreciate your consideration for this important role, and I am eager to work together to elevate our Senate for the benefit of the entire student body. Thank you. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Senator Rolls.
All righty. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. I know it's been only about a week for most of us, but welcome to Senate, who everybody's new. For those who may not know me, my name is Eric Rolls. I'm a junior studying industrial design with a minor in political science. And going on year 3, but for a little over 2 years, I've served as the College of Design senator. And, well, I guess I kind of wanted to talk today about why I feel I'd be a good fit for speaker. Just going from my experience in student government to just in terms of general leadership experience, as well as my plan to make Senate a more collaborative and friendly environment, as well as my take on what it means to be a good speaker. And I guess, following in the footsteps of our last speaker, I would like to start with a quote. "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we seek." Well, I'm running for speaker because, I feel I have the experience and I know I'm fit for the role. I've had lots of rules experience, from rewriting the bylaws twice, perhaps thrice. I think it's only twice, but anyways. I assisted with the baby bylaws along with our other rules committee members. That was a great project. Well, hopefully makes our new senators' lives a little easier to understand how our governing documents work and just kind of get them more into our organization. And I guess moving to our adult bylaws, ? I took charge to format the entire document, twice actually, all 90-something pages. But, I mean, as you saw last week, I got it down to about 50. So that's something. I think it had like 3 different formatting styles initially. So it was a little strange, but it's all fixed now. So that's all that matters. And I've served on the Rules Committee for about 2 years now. I've served on rules of 2 different speakers, and I feel that's prepared me to be speaker, especially in terms of Rules Committee, as they're responsible for chairing the Rules Committee and not chairing the Senate, but being there at Senate, nobody needs it. I've even been egging Quinn on when he was chair to let me chair a Senate meeting, but I don't think he let me do that, obviously. So, in terms of other experience, I had the privilege of serving as the vice chair of local affairs last term with Emily, so that was great. And working on the joint city council meetings, that was really fun and a ton of great experience. Sorry, where am I missing my speech? Sorry. Oh yeah, appointed to the SciRide Board of Trustees. That was another great experience with Emily and just the entire SciRide Board. Got to learn a lot about SciRide. I thought I knew a lot about SciRide before I was on the board, but I mean, it's a completely different ballgame. I think Emily can agree with that. And then I was appointed to this is a long one, Jack Trice Character Award Selection Committee. Just overviewing scholarships and kind of assigning. That's a really good bit of experience. It kind of gets you more out of your comfort zone, and I feel like I enjoyed that. And I think one of my favorite parts, which was granted with question from the former nonprofit coordinator, but I think my favorite experience I've had student government so far is assets. Assigning, I worked with a bunch of other people to allocate about $4.5 million to local nonprofits, and it was a really good experience. It was really fun, and just kind of getting to work with the city and a ton of other nonprofit organizations just to help the citizens in Broward County, I think was really cool. And I won Senator of the Year in 23-24. Congratulations to Samantha. It's a really nice honor. I'll briefly touch on my little points here. Continuing expanding the Pathways program. I think Speaker Momedy had a great formula, and I think it needs about a full term to kind of get that kickstart and get it in gear. Being new to Senate is scary. You might not necessarily know what all there is to do. You might feel it over your head. And having someone to be there for you and give you that bit of experience, I feel is what's really needed. Just if you need help on procedure, just writing a bill or just finding your voice, having someone there is really nice. Is that 5? Okay, all right.
Senator Kanmeyer.
Hi, everyone. I tried to get a paper speech, but unfortunately, I think I might have broken the Roberts Hall printer before coming here. So unfortunately, computer will have to do. My name is Noah Kanmeyer. I'm a junior studying political science with minors in history, ethics, and environmental studies. So a lot of LAS with little cows sprinkled in there. Last year, I got the chance to represent student government on 3 internal committees, rules, finance, and events. Also, I was entrusted by the Senate to be the Senate representative for the Special Student Fees Committee last October. Nonetheless, when it comes to student government and the journey that all of us have either taken, are going to take, or in the process of taking, I think that there's 3 things that you should always keep in mind, and that's where you were, where you are, and where you want to be. For me, the where you were was back in January of 2024. I was an 18-year-old freshman wanting to get my hands in everything. I already had 5 leadership positions, but I figured that I wanted to be in Senate. So I went to a Senate info session, and I was the only person there. It was just me and the election commissioner for an hour, and he went through every single violation. Kind of crazy. I then met Senator Gropa, who took me down to the Senate office. I got to meet then Speaker Cecil, then Vice Speaker Everhart, and then Senator Sidney Jones. It was before a Rules Committee meeting. They were all discussing the bylaws and talking about rules beforehand. I mean, I'm an 18-year-old freshman. I had no idea what was going on. And about 15 minutes later, I ended up leaving, thinking, this seems like a lot. This is overwhelming. And I'm sure many of you watching this abomination that we call a floor election right now are probably also going to be thinking this is overwhelming. And trust me, a year ago, I felt the same way. But the more important thing is where you are right now. And where we are right now is trying to figure out who our next speaker is going to be, but also having so many projects and new ideas in mind, which brings us to where you want to be. Some of you are going into this year, again, with so many ideas. So let's bring them to life. By restarting the Mentor-Mentee program, which I'm sure most of you don't even know about, but it's a program that connects veteran senators with junior senators and allows a spark of innovation that Iowa State is known for. And this can allow a lot of you people who are new, but also you people who have been around here for a little longer to learn and grow and make sure that these projects actually can happen. Additionally, I want to add something brand new, and that's constituency council reports. Now, we are required to attend a constituency council. Some of us, our constituency council meets once a week, like mine in IRHA. Some of them LAS council every other week, and whenever UROC is meeting, I'm not even sure at this point. However, what are we really getting out of these? Sure, we're required to go, but we need to be connecting more with the student body. So my idea, a monthly constituency council report. You can highlight the amazing work that either your constituency council is doing or the clubs that receive funding from your constituency council is getting. Okay, finally, and I know I only have 5 minutes, I want to bring back senator participation in external committees. We have a long list of external committees in the MIS, and a lot of us don't really know much, if anything, about them. I got the joy of serving on a couple of external committees last year, but most of us didn't. And so on the MIS right now, we have a title for the committee, and a lot of them don't even have a time or a place. We don't know what the committee is about. We don't know who to contact. We don't know any of this. So I want to be sure to advocate and get senators on these committees because more student government representation across all of campus is good, and it makes us more representative of the student body as a whole. Also, that sounds like a great way to add additional cardinal credits, is serving on external committees across all of campus. Okay, I've spoken for long enough, and if I listed the million project ideas and things that I would do in this role, we'd be here all night, and it's gonna be a long night already. So thank you so much. I'll end it there, and I'm ready for any questions that you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now move into the questioning phase. As a reminder, you each will have 2 5-minute speaking privileges during this phase. Speaking privilege is supposed to be used for 1 question, and they cannot be used consecutively unless no other senator is seeking the floor. Senator Agarwal.
Okay, my question's to Eric. Oh, okay. Being a speaker requires a lot of conflict resolution. I know some of you talked about this, but what skills do you have that would prepare you to, be a good orator and handle hard conversations with ease?
Okay, so conflict resolution is something I talked about in my opening statement, but it's something that I've gotten to work on a lot this past year as vice speaker. There is conflicts between senators, and that's something that naturally happens, and it's something that you have to deal with. And me and Speaker Momini really worked hard together to have casual meetings with senators when they had some conflicts or issues or needed help, and we made sure that everyone had the specific support they needed in the situations that they were a part of. So we had some meetings with different senators to talk about different issues, as well as other things. But before Senate, I have also had experience with conflict resolution. I worked at a summer camp for a really long time, and as you know, children have lots of conflicts. So that is something that I am very good with. I'm good at being level-headed when other people are in disagreement and making sure that we're able to come to a consensus that is fair and kind and that we're all respecting each other and our values.
I think it's a good question. I feel like I'm probably 3 things. I would like to say level-headed, flexible, but stern. I feel like those are all pretty important to know. You keep your head and don't get overwhelmed. Be flexible, talking to people, making compromises, but being stern if you need to. There's a point in which you have to put the hammer down and just tell people to quit. And I have no problem doing that. It's something I've had to do a lot before. Yeah, it's like, I think being flexible is important, but so is being stern and telling people no if you have to.
Yeah, I definitely think conflict resolution is a huge part of this role. It's easy to go into every situation and be like, I'm right, the other person's wrong about everything. But especially this past year, I've learned that that's obviously not the case. Hearing other people's sides can really like change your perspective. So I think part of it is being patient. Sometimes you do have to tell someone no, and that can be difficult. It's not easy to face a rejection, and it's also not easy to give one. But I feel more than able, if elected speaker, to be able to do that. And I think that going to each of these situations and having that patience, but also being able to learn from the other person, I think it's a huge part of that sort of conflict resolution that, again, unfortunately, will come up in this role. Thank you.
Just as a reminder, I ask that everyone close or partially close their laptops just out of respect for these candidates taking on a tremendous task like this. Senator Azan.
Thank you so much. I have so many questions, so I'm going to go one by one. So the first question will be regarding the neutral position. Speaker role needs to be neutral. And I have seen, I know all of you for a while, 2 years or 1 year for NOHA. And I have noticed sometimes, people, and again, it's human nature to show favoritism. Just because you are a friend for a senator or cabinet member, how will you respond to that question? Are you comfortable enough to take strong action? There will be some strong calls about certain things. Are you comfortable to respect the position as neutral person, as a speaker?
Yeah, I think that the speaker needs to stay mostly neutral, but they are able to talk about their opinions at some points in Senate, and I think that's important. But I do feel confident in my ability to stay level-headed and neutral and make sure that we're looking at all perspectives, because I think that's really important as the leader of the Senate to be looking at every single perspective and not just my own. So I would be very careful in this role to make sure I am respecting everyone else and staying neutral in my position and, speaking up when I need to, but for the most part, respecting everyone's perspectives and ideas.
Thank you.
Well, I guess if you've known me for any period of time, you know I'm incredibly rambunctious. That's sarcasm. I think I've always tended to be neutral in my opinions. This is just me personally, but I keep most of my opinions to myself until I'm asked. And that's how I've kind of avoided conflict resolution, is not necessarily avoiding conflict, but knowing when to keep your opinion to yourself and staying neutral. Being a speaker is not about yourself, it's about helping the body and the students. And I have no issues keeping my thoughts to myself and just helping people talk issues out for themselves and being neutral. So, yeah.
Awesome.
Well, anyone who read my resolution last week knows I'm not always 100% neutral at the time. However, that is a really important part of this role. And I think that kind of goes back to the conflict resolution. And I'm more than willing to share my opinion on something, but I also I think especially in front of this body, like it is important to show neutrality as a speaker, as more or less the label is the leader of the Senate, and being representative of the whole Senate means representative of each senator. Each senator is going to have their own opinion about something, and I think completely taking a side isn't always the best approach. Being neutral, and I think more importantly than that, being fair. I think that that's the approach that I would want to take for each, whether it's bill, discussion, conflict, that's the approach I would take.
Awesome. Okay, so the second.
Just as a reminder, they cannot be consecutive. You'll be able to take your next speaking privilege after another question has been asked. Thank you. Senator Curtis, I believe.
Hey, you guys have kind of touched on how you'd manage conflict, but could each of you give like an example of how you've managed a conflict in the past or helped to resolve a conflict?
I want to stay confidential while also giving an example. So, we've had instances where senators have experienced conflicts with other senators, and we've been able to call them into a meeting with the speaker and the vice speaker present, discuss the conflict, talk about, maybe how they felt, maybe how the other person felt, have a good conversation about it and make sure that everyone's feelings are out on the floor, making sure that everyone feels respected and validated in their feelings. And then you talk about it and you say, maybe this made someone feel uncomfortable in this moment. How can we make that better in the future so that it's respecting both people's boundaries? And I think respecting everyone's boundaries is something that's incredibly important and something that I would continue to do as speaker.
Senator Gertis has a good ring to it, doesn't it? I feel like kind of what Josie said, respecting people's boundaries is probably one of your first priorities. And me personally, both in rules and in Senate, kind of how I've approached it is to let people talk it out for a minute, let them get their opinions out there, and if they get a little too aggressive or a little out of line, that's when you step in, reel them back in with your fishing pole, just reel them back in, and set them straight. That's when you kind of have to be. That's when you have to be stern. Being flexible is letting them talk out their differences, and being level-headed is not interjecting, but being stern is reeling them back in and getting them focused. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so I guess on a specific example, I'm going to go back to annual allocations, which was mostly good, but every once in a while you come across a budget. There's kind of a debate as to how we should apply the PNC to it. We're all in 3310 for 3 hours, and we have a lot of disagreements. So I think some of that is understanding the other side. So for me, I might not always agree with what they're saying or how this might apply. But in some way or another, we were able to come to an agreement, or Evan broke the tie for us. So, but when it comes to speaker, I think the main thing that would apply is just, again, hearing what the other person has to say. Sometimes it's also good to just give it some space, let each person just kind of share their thoughts and just have a little time, taking a deep breath. And I think when that happens, the discussion usually is much more passive and much better than it would have been prior. Thank you.
Just as one more reminder, computers, we should probably close them all, just out of respect for these folks up here doing something very difficult. Senator Iona Dimhoff.
So speaker is a big time commitment. Can you all speak on what other commitments you have? And then can you also speak on how can you guarantee to the Senate that you will prioritize the position of speaker?
Yes, so I actually really don't have much time commitments besides student government. I'm going to be a senior next year, and I extended my senior year. I was going to graduate in the fall. Didn't want to do that, so I'm going to be taking 12 credits a semester, which is the bare minimum. So I'm really hoping to dedicate all of my time to student government. I know that the speaker needs to be in the office at least 10 hours a week, and I am fully dedicated to this, and I know I can do it. And I really think that I will be very committed to the Senate in this coming year. I think it is very well known how committed I am to the student government, and I'm going to continue to do so if elected in the speaker role. Oh, and also, I'm also in a sorority, but it's not as much of a time commitment my senior year, but that's my only other club that I'm part of.
I have to say the same with Josie. I think I'm only taking 14 credits. I only have class on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and I only have one class on Wednesday. I extended my time here as well. I've always kind of gave student government all I can. And I really like my degree and I really like student government. I don't want to compromise either. And I have the ability to extend my stay here at Iowa State. So that's what I did. That's the choice I made. So I'm more than available to be here 10 hours a day. Well, not a day. That's a lot. Damn, 50 hours a day, 50 hours a week. But 10 hours a week, I'm more than capable of doing that. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think a big thing about that is the 10 hours a week in the Senate office. I've already been spending 10 hours a week, pretty much every day. If any of you have been in there at some point, I'm probably there. This is really sad. I probably shouldn't say this out loud. I've probably spent more time in there by myself than anyone else. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, in terms of time commitments, I mean, I'm not going to be like GOPA last year and lie about credits. So I'm taking 18 credits next semester. I've taken 18 credits every semester I've been here at Iowa State. I've handled it every time, and I've been more than able to participate in a bunch of organizations. I know it's easy to hear that number and say oh my goodness, that's a lot. But also add poli-sci credits are very different from engineering credits. So I'll just throw that out there. But on that, I'm more than willing and more than able to dedicate as much time as I can to this role. 1 minute. Thank you.
I believe it is Senator Agarwal next. Your second speaking privilege.
So I don't know if this question is relevant, but I just want to ask all of you why you want this position, and if you're not elected, what's your plan, and how do you still want to work on the ideas that you presented to us today?
So I talked about this a little bit in my opening speech, but I have been so inspired in my time as vice speaker, and I'm ready to commit more to this organization. I have handled my responsibilities as vice speaker. I think I've done it really well, and I'm ready to take on more responsibility. I think I can do it, and I think I'll be good at it. I'm just so ready to take on more and dive straight in and serve all of you, because that's something that's really important to me, and serving the students has been something that has grown so important in my life, and student government has, been a big part of that. And what I really want to do as speaker is serve all of you, be there for you, and be the best speaker I possibly can be. If I don't get this position, I think that's completely okay. I want to be where you guys see me best fit. I think it's important to accept the role that you guys think I will be best in. If I
Just as a reminder, that's the end of your...
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
My my question was why you want this position, and if you don't win the position, what's your plan after to continue working on the goals that you have said or you have spoken about today?
Yeah. So I kind of do agree with Josie. I've been dedicated to this role for a while. I initially joined student government when Quinn was still our speaker. So going through 5 different speakers, it's always been a position I've looked up to. They hold a lot of information and knowledge, and they're usually all really nice. I don't know, Quinn differs from time to time. But they've always been something I've looked up to, and it's a role I really appreciate. I'm just kind of ready to take on that leadership experience, the responsibilities, and just give it my all. Something I've been kind of doing already is just trying to keep myself there and dedicated to student government, even though I currently don't have a leadership position. I'm doing as much as I can to help with the running of this organization as I can. I know I'm still incredibly knowledgeable, and I feel like that is best suited to serve the body. Thank you.
Yeah, really good question. So I think the main thing for me is last year we had an amazing speaker, a speaker who, when I needed help writing a bill, she was always going to be there to help me out and figure things out. If I want to make a change to the bylaws, here's like the wording and the things that you should use. If I was worried about like, oh, I don't know if this bill is going to pass, like it's a really good initiative or the funding is going to a really good cause, but I don't know Senate's going to see the amount, and she always advocated for me. She always wanted to help me out, and now I want to advocate for all of you. And even if I'm just a senator, again, no problem with that, I still want to advocate and help all of you out. I think all of us want some sort of pathways program back in student government, and I'd be more than willing to do that as a veteran senator. Thank you.
Senator Azan.
Okay. In your opinion, anything that you think makes you stand out, if you can talk about that, or any one thing that you like about the other candidate that is running for this position, if you can talk about that too. So one thing that makes you stand out, one thing that you like about the other candidate.
Okay. Those are very different questions. Something that makes me stand out is, how much I am able to be outgoing and well-spoken and welcoming to others. I think that's a really important part of who I am, and I'm always there for other people. What I like about the fellow nominees are just how much dedication they put into student government. I think that they both would do a great job, but I think I am the best for this position. I have the most experience, and I'm ready to take it head on.
I want to make it more complicated. I'm going to give you 2 things for the first one, and technically 2 for the second. Well, I feel that what makes me uniquely qualified is just the experience that I've had and the dedication. Been in student government for a long time. I've seen a lot of things from top to bottom, and I know what works and what doesn't. And just kind of being able to navigate that with a level head is what I feel like what sets me apart. And for my fellow nominees, I also do have to agree with the dedication that they have, and they're both very outgoing. As much as I'd like to say I am not incredibly outgoing, but both of them are amazing at it, and I feel like that makes them really good at their job too. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I guess what makes me unique, I guess the enthusiasm, the level of care that I want to put into everything that I do in student government. I think this past year I've had the opportunity to introduce and pass some amazing legislation and some legislation that maybe needed a number that needs to be changed. But I think when it comes to the other two candidates, Josie, it's her incredible passion and awareness for the student body and especially her constituency, especially last year. And then Eric, it's his knowledge and care for everyone. I mean, reformatting the bylaws, I know it sounds like a small thing. It did not look easy. I doubt it was. But yeah, no matter who you pick, you're going to get an incredible speaker. Thank you.
Senator Snyder.
We've discussed conflict resolution and experience and other duties of the position, but for me, a big part of this position is the capacity to be able to build relationships with Senate and exec team members. Can you give an example when you were able to build a relationship with someone new and work productively with them?
There are so many new friends and connections I have made this past year in Senate, and it has been so important to my character development. I've made some of my best friends, even my roommates for this coming year through student government. And I think that's one unique thing about me is I'm really good at building connections with people right away. I'm excited about all of our new senators. Adelaide, I got to talk to her a little bit and about her passions, and I'm just so excited for all of our new senators and everything that they're going to do this year and all the new friendships and connections I'm going to build, because all these new faces are new friends and, people that I get to work with, and I'm very excited about that.
Even though I just said I'm not very outgoing, I think I really do like getting to know people and making those one-on-one connections. It was actually one of my points in my speech. It's I didn't get to say it, but just being able to get to know people behind that formal face you see across the room, I think is really amazing. This last term, I saw a bunch of fresh faces that I didn't know, and over the time, it was great to get to know them as friends rather than coworkers. It's a completely different ballgame in that area. Getting to know people is really great. You can get to learn about their interests and everything. So I'm really passionate about, sitting down, talking to people, having a pleasant conversation, just getting people with humor, and just getting to know them is really important in my opinion. But thank you.
I believe you asked for a specific example, right? Okay. I guess I'll give you a specific one. So this was September last year. Sort of still new to Senate, but I just learned from Alex and Quinn how to write bills. I was really enthusiastic about it. So it's a Monday morning, and it's just Kathleen Pelzer and I. She is going to graduate. Just had her full year in Senate. And it was just us two. We were both new senators in the office, and I asked her what are some projects that you're interested in? She's like, nothing really comes to mind right away, but I do think that we should change in our bylaws the name for the Health and Human Sciences Council. I don't remember what it was before. It was immediately yeah, let's do that. So we wrote the bill, and then that Wednesday, it was on first read as a bylaw change. And I think that those are the connections. I haven't gotten the chance to meet all of the new senators yet, but those are the connections that I think of. And when it comes to project ideas, whether it's kind of a small change like that or a big thing over time, I want to be there. Thank you.
Senator Hirsch.
Thank you. Thank you guys for stepping up and wanting to be the next speaker of the Student Senate. It takes a lot of courage, and I want to commend all of you for doing that. One of the questions I have for you, so I was a chief officer for 2 years, and so I've seen a lot of chief officer meetings, and one of the first things that come to mind is we had a lot of agreement last year with the Senate side, and we were very thankful to have that. But there were times where the speaker pushed back on some of the ideas of the executive and the judicial as well. Do you guys feel comfortable that and understand that we have checks and balances and that you're okay disagreeing and being Senate's biggest advocate in this next year?
I feel completely comfortable doing this. I think it's really important to advocate for the Senate. You know, as the Speaker of the Senate, you would be leading the Senate and advocating for them and chief officers. And that's something that Alex and I got to do this past year. I think it's really important to make sure that the senators' voices are heard and that they are seen completely equally to the executive, because all of these branches have to work together equally. And so what I want to do is make sure that I'm advocating for each and every one of you guys as senators. It's really important to me. You know, sometimes me and Alex had to push back against those two over there, you know. It happens every once in a while. You got to do it. And I think I'm confident doing that and speaking for all of you.
Man, Senator Hirsch is a little weird one in my opinion. But not to give you a specific example, but I currently sit on the College of Design's Operation Committee, which is a committee made up of the department chairs from every major across the College of Design. And I am the one and only student representative that they've had for a couple of years. So it's completely new, well, for me. And I guess it's new for them as well, having a student on their board. But having them talk about things they want to change in the college that would impair students' ability to do their work to the best of their ability, that's not something I stand by idly and let happen. I voice my opinion on the behalf of the students. It's something they haven't heard in a long time, and I'm in the minority. Like, I'm representing like 1,700 students to a group of, well, every department chair. It seems a little scary, but that's why you're there, is to represent the students, and applying that to the Senate, I have no issues.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
It's a little long-winded, so I'll do the spark notes. But basically, my question is asking that we have three branches of government for a reason. We have checks and balances. And then when you are a chief officer, if you were elected as speaker, understanding that you have to be the biggest advocate for Senate, that you have to feel like you're okay voicing your opinion. I know that I've seen this progression with you, Noah, but do you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah, I think I've said this earlier, but it'd be so much easier if we could just agree about everything all the time. Like, that'd be wonderful. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And for me, I mean, I'm more than willing to say no, but also figure out a compromise. You know, like, I think just as it's easy to agree on everything, it's also easy to just reject everything, and that is not the right approach. I think figuring out, like, what each branch wants and also what each branch can help with one another. But also, when it comes to representing all of you, I'm more than willing to stand up, shoulders back, stand up strong, and say no if necessary. Thank you.
Senator Utica.
Okay. One of the qualities of a speaker is not just about writing, but also knowing the nitty-gritty of the bylaws. So how well do you guys know the bylaws?
Well, not to speak for them, but I know all of us have diligently gone through the bylaws in this past semester, redoing all of them. But I know the bylaws very well. I've gone through them so many times. I have my own personal set. It's in my folder right here. And I'm always combing through them, making sure I know what's going on. And I think I know them really well. And I'm always open to learning more. I mean, I don't have them memorized, but I'm open to learning. You know, maybe I will memorize them someday. And so I'm ready, and I'm open to keep learning them.
Boy, do I know a thing about bylaws. Rewriting them in rules twice, looking through them, the whole thing once to write the baby bylaws, and then redoing the formatting twice, which I spent many an hour doing outside of student government. You know, doing that right before midnight is not good. You will see them in your dreams. I am honest. I saw a monitor full of bylaws, but I do have a lot of them memorized. I think I have the chapters memorized, and a lot of the key points I do have memorized as well, but it can be really complicated, but I pretty confident in my ability to understand the bylaws. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Eric has told this story before, but the first time he opened up the bylaws, he immediately closed them out because it's 60 pages and it's a lot when you first joined Senate. I did the exact same thing. I said I wasn't going to, but yeah, it's a lot. But eventually at some point I was able to read through them, and then also in Rules Committee, go through all of them again individually, trying to find as many just things that we could change, adjust, make better in the bylaws as possible. I'm not gonna commit to saying I can memorize all 60 pages, that'd be wonderful. But I will say I have a really good recognition and understanding of the bylaws, and if there were any big discrepancies that showed up, I'd be willing to do a call to order and immediately point them out. So, thank you.
Senator Marcus.
We have heard a lot of great things, ideas, opinions, values you all have so far. I want to know just from your guys' experiences, some of you have seen 1 or 2 speakers, some of you have said you've seen 5 different speakers. So what do you guys think is the single most important quality a speaker should have? And why do you think that quality is so important?
Okay, that's a really hard question, but I think I got it. I think that the single most important quality for a speaker is prepared. They need to be prepared on the bylaws. They need to be prepared on the agenda. They need to be prepared on what's going on in rules and the agenda for rules as well. And so everything that they do is taking preparation into account. They need to know what they're doing and they need to be on their game, ready to go.
I'm gonna give you 1.5. 1, I think, is dedication, and 2, kind of opposite of Josie, is being able to work on your feet right away. Preparation can only get you so far. Preparation is very important to actually have everything set in stone, but not everything can be carved into stone real quickly. So being able to answer a question right off the bat, if something comes up, point something out if something's out of line, just being able to work quickly on your feet like that is something I feel is really important and something I feel like I'm really good at. But thank you.
Yeah, I think my one word would be passion. I would say this about any chief officer, but these positions aren't exactly enviable, put in a lot of hours, and while the scholarship may seem nice, I think we did the calculations, it'd be roughly $2 an hour or something like that. Yeah, that, maybe 100 years ago, that'd be nice. Anyway, but on that passion in going to represent the entirety of Senate, going to represent the student body, it's going to be a long year for any of us that get this role. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a lot of hours. It's going to take a lot of hard work, a lot of collaboration, a lot of communication, and having passion through all of that is most important, because passion allows you to keep going, even when it's difficult, even when it feels like something can't be done or there's just no compromise to be found. Passion will get you through. Thank you.
It looks like there are no other senators seeking the floor. We will now move into the debate phase. So I'll ask all the nominees to leave the room. Just as a reminder, in this phase, you'll have your 2 5-minute speaking privileges. Are there any questions before we begin? Okay. Senator Jones.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to put my support behind Josie. As you know, she was the vice speaker for last term, whatever the name is for. She is absolutely awesome. She knows the bylaws like the back of her hand. She's been a great resource for me as the vice speaker, and I think she'd be a very well and great fit for this role for speaker. So I just want to put my support behind her.
Senator Iona Dimhoff.
Hi, everyone. I just want to give a point of information. During the opening statements, Senator Rolls did say that he was the vice chair of local affairs. I have sat on local affairs since the beginning of September, and we never did hold any elections for vice chair. No one was ever elected to that position. So I just want to make sure that everyone's considering that. I didn't want to interrupt during anything that was being said, but I just want to make everyone aware of that point.
Senator Azan.
All of these guys are great candidates, but personally speaking, I love the way Noah responded to the questions and answered these questions. And he has some great ideas. I know Josie will do great as well, but based on the speeches they have given and based on the way they responded to questions, I think Noah did a better job compared to the other two candidates. And also, Eric and Josie ran for the presidential campaign, and there might be, concerns about certain things working with cabinet, executive position, but for Noah, that might be slightly different situation. So I don't know how. So I'm gonna yield some time to Colby if he wanna talk about anything related to this. If you wanna add anything on the discussion, otherwise I'm gonna. Do you wanna say something on it? What does the executive thinks on, any opinion on the position on this? If you wanna add anything.
Are they allowed to yield me time during this? Alrighty. Well, I just want to say that we're excited to work with no matter who the Senate body chooses. We have great working relationships with all of the candidates, and we're excited to work with them. So ultimately, that is the Senate's decision, and we are excited to put our best foot forward for all students at Iowa State University. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, is it possible for there to be a physical speakers list that we can see at all?
Say that one more time.
Is it possible for there to be a physical speakers list that we can see, just so we know who's in order?
Who's in order? Yes, I've been writing them down, but
Is it possible for that to be online at all?
I guess I can see what I can do about pulling another one up.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. Senator Jones. Is there a second? Any objections? Senator Agarwal. Yes.
I would just like to say that I know that a lot of us have biases towards the three speakers that we had before us today. But I would just like to humbly request you all to put away all those biases and think from the perspective of your constituents while you're voting for a speaker here today. I know that our executive branch and the speakers that were here today are all grown adults and will be able to work with each other irrespective of the differences if they've had any in the past. And I would just like to urge you all to not vote out of personal bias, but based purely on the content that they have spoken in front of you today.
Senator Neal.
This is kind of echoing what Senator Agarwal said, but I just wanted to say all of the candidates got up here today and talked about their ability to be impartial and work for the betterment of Senate, and I think it's important for us to take them at their word when they say that. All three of these candidates have been in Senate before, they've been in leadership positions before, and they've shown that they are dedicated to the goodwill of the Senate. So I think it's best that we trust them and also trust our cabinet and executive to be professional enough to work together no matter any personal history.
Senator Iona Dimhoff.
Just to echo at what Senator Agarwal and Senator Neal has just said, I completely agree with that. I mean, I am friends with all three of them, and I've grown very close to them. However, that's not part of my consideration at all during the voting process on this. I will just say, though, I mean, from my first year being in Senate from this last term,
Josie was so welcoming to me. I really appreciate the work that she got accomplished as vice speaker, and I do think that she could totally accelerate and push even more as speaker. Speaking for Noah, I have experience with him in LA as council. He's been amazing in there. And then Eric Rolls, he was on local affairs with me as well. Like, I have relationships with all of them. I think they're all more than adequate. However, I just think that I really appreciate the warmth and direction that Senator Persley gave me when I first joined student government.
Senator Kikang.
Yeah, hello, everyone. In my view, I think the three candidates are like really good. I've known all three of them, maybe personally, or for some time now since joining Senate. And I think any of them that has been selected would actually do a great job. But who stand out to me, I think it's Josie. I would like to voice my unreserved support for her. I really liked the Senate I joined. And not just the Senate, the whole administration with former President Hosh and former Speaker Alex. And I feel Josie had very good experience in her position as former Vice Speaker. Also, even from their response to questions, I think she sounded most prepared. And Senator Azan raised a concern about Josie and Rose contesting the past elections. I don't really think that should be a problem. Rather, I think that should be an advantage for the entire student government, because it's more of a positive thing to have, I don't mean of two conflicting groups, because it's never of conflict. Everybody has the right for, everybody has the right to aspire for any position. And that already shows that, okay, these people already have some good wishes or desires to actually fulfill. But if the ideas that the other group had to bring to student government in their role as speaker, they could actually join hands together with whoever is in the executive to actually bring this to bear. And it won't be like, and maybe the executive or the Senate having a free passage. We talked here about working together as a team. Sometimes there may be one branch of government going in a different direction that may not be very correct. It's good to have not a rubber stamp Senate or other branch to just let it go. Yeah, so I'm supporting Josie in this. Thank you.
Senator Agarwal.
I would like to say the most prevalent quality of a speaker to me is being a good orator. I think that's really important to have when you're sitting in a position like the speaker. And I think that Josie's experience echoes what I'm trying to say. I also feel like as good of a candidate as Eric is, he doesn't have the oration skills that I would want my speaker to have, but that's just my opinion. I yield.
Senator Azan.
Okay, speaking from personal experience, for new senators, especially who doesn't have the chance to know all these candidates, I think Josie is more personal. She can relate to your concerns and everything, and she's more than happy to reach out to you for help compared to the other two candidates in terms of outgoing. Noah, the advantage of Noah, if we choose Noah as a speaker, he has some great ideas that we can work on, which is one of the unique, I will say, personality trait that Noah stands with, I will say. That makes him stand out. In terms of Eric, he does have some more experience with fundamental knowledge of the structure of the organization in terms of bylaws, and because he's been involved for a couple of years in student gov. but I think someone can learn these skill set as well with the time period that we have. So I'm in favor of Josie or Noha, personally speaking. So we do have another session to ask questions, so probably will make my mind after that.
Senator Miller. Is there a second? Any objection? Is there a second? Any objections? We call the question now? We're still in the to end debate. Absolutely, absolutely. Are there any objections? All right. We will now enter the clarification phase. If someone would be willing, maybe someone in the audience, to grab the nominees and bring them back into the room. So in the clarification phase, it'll be governed by the normal rules of debate. So again, 2 5-minute speaking privileges. But this time your questions can be directed at a specific candidate, and you will just, I guess, yield your time to that specific candidate. And this clarification phase can be ended by a call to question and enter into closing statements. So are there any questions before we begin? All right. Does anyone request the floor to ask a question? Senator Snyder.
This question will be directed to Senator Kanmeyer. One of the points that you made was updating the MIS to reflect the contact information for external committees, and then incentivizing them through cardinal credits to join said external committees. How would you go about gathering that kind of information? I'm assuming it's working with advisors, but I'd love a little bit more information about it.
Yeah, I definitely think working with advisors is a part of it, but also finding ones or individuals on campus. And just because it's listed in the MIS doesn't mean that those are the only ones. There have been so many new committees across and advisory boards and all of that across all of campus. And also I think adding ones that are like the AIM City Council would also be really good. You know, we have the website for it that, can I say ex officio Bolin? Does that work as a title? All had for us that we had the opportunity to look through, but I think being on the MIS would be much easier. But yeah, gathering information on that, I mean, it's a project, it's a time commitment, and I'm more than willing to go about that. And once we're able to do that, like I said, I think external committees are great. Having more student government representation across campus is great. And yeah, and cardinal credits is just approval through the rules committee. You can add temporary credits, and that would be one of them that I'd be interested in adding.
Senator Kikung.
Okay, my question is directed to Josie. You contested in the past elections. I would like to know how you intend to work with the executive branch in a collaborative manner and without undue issues or concerns.
I don't see any concern working with the executive branch. I've already started working with them. All the bills that you will see tonight electing their cabinet have been written by me. I reached out to them. We were able to work together. I also worked with Will before Senate today, and We practiced how tonight was going to go. We talked about last name pronunciations. And so I've already worked with both of them. We've got a good relationship started, and I'm excited to work with them if you choose me as speaker.
Senator Agarwal.
I know we can ask individual questions, but this question is to all three of you. If you could choose a fruit to describe yourself, what fruit would it be?
Okay. I'm going to say, this is really hard. Maybe raspberry, because they're really fruity and I eat them every day. Oh wait, that sounded really bad, but it's true. Okay. And now I'm embarrassed, so maybe raspberry.
My gears are still turning in my head, but I guess if I had to say one, now you can't, this is not weird, but bananas. Because, I mean, who doesn't like a good banana? And they get better as they age. I will leave it at that.
I guess, I know you can't answer this, but why fruit? Like, where did you come up? Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna say, apple. I don't know why.
Senator Azan.
So this question is toward Josie. If you can talk about any project ideas that you want to work on, or anything that you want to do different as a speaker, can you talk about anything on this along this line?
I was waiting for someone to ask me this. Okay, so what I really wanted to focus on was the Senate Year of Action. And so that's kind of like my big overarching idea. And with that, I want to continue the Pathways program that me and our previous speaker, Momini, worked so hard to create. That's going to be part of the project creation phase. So we're going to use the Pathways program to brainstorm together, create our project ideas, and then we're going to be able to work on our projects. And what I wanted to focus on was project completion reports and being able to give those out to the entire Senate so people know that projects are being completed, we're acting. And then that would also be a part of our Cardinal Credits. And I made these for all of you tonight. It's our normal Welcome to Student Government packet that we created in rules last year, but I also made a fun little Cardinal Credits graphic so that you guys can understand the Cardinal Credits more. I made 15 of these, and I know there's more than 15 of you. So if you want one, if you're new, if you want the Welcome Senate packet printed out, I do have these and the Cardinal Credits explained. So those are some of the things I want to focus on.
Okay. So I have questions for everyone. This one, if I can ask.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so as you know, I'm representing Graduate College here. The needs of the graduate students are more or less different, I will say, than the undergraduate students. We do have different needs, and we only have 2 senators sitting in this student gov office. So sometimes in past, I have some ideas that I want to work on just because, you know, Speaker do chair the Rules Committee meeting, so eventually Speaker do have the say to decide whether they want to bring up to bill or something in the rules or not. Can you talk about how confident or comfortable are you to accommodate the graduate student needs onto the agenda as well?
I know we're a little out of order, but I don't have any issues working with graduate students. They're another one of our constituencies, and it's not like we can just shoo them away because they're weird. I'm kidding. They are an important part of our campus, and they should be represented and treated like such. They're not any different than engineering or liberal arts and science students. So hearing out their concerns and listening to them, just they're equals. So that's my opinion. Just treat everybody like an equal and listen, hear everybody out.
Yeah, I think one part that you talked about that kind of gets lost in there is that graduate students do have very different interests and very different needs from undergraduate students. So I think the first thing is understanding, learning, being able to talk to people. Last year, I was able to do a visit to the SUV Council, which they had just started up. It's mainly run by graduate students, and I got to learn way more in that one night about graduate student needs than I had in anything previously. So I think understanding those needs is obviously the first step. And then second is figuring out an action plan, figuring out how we're going to address them. Maybe it's a Senate bill, maybe it's a conversation, maybe it's something like that. But, you know, we're supposed to represent all of the student body, and graduate students do represent a pretty big chunk of the student body.
As speaker, I would want to make sure I'm taking into account each and every senator and your specific needs, and I would hope to accommodate each one of your needs based on who you are and what you need. And so, yeah, I think I'm really open to your accommodations and what you as on might need as a grad student or any of our other grad students here. I want to make sure that you feel comfortable in Senate and are able to work to the best of your abilities despite having different time constraints or things going on.
Senator Kekun.
My next question, my question this time is directed to Senator Rose. I think you were elected here to Cyrite Board. I don't know the tenor in which that would go. I don't know if you're still on that board and how you intend to manage that, and maybe any other board you're still a member of. I have a second question, but that's based out of curiosity, maybe also directed to Josie. You two ran together in the past election. I'm just curious. I know everybody has the right to go for any position, but I also expect some level of collaboration during as a pair. So why are you contesting for the same position to be speaker at this time?
Well, I don't know officially about the Cyrite Board. I believe technically I stopped being on the committee at inauguration, or is it until they see a new senator? May 14th. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. So yeah, that's how long I would technically be on the board. I guess in terms of why I wouldn't necessarily call it competing, but I mean, friendly competition. Josie and I are both very passionate, and I think it just happens to be that we want the same position. I didn't feel that it's something that we should delegate ourselves. I felt that we should leave it up to the Senate to choose who they want as their speaker, and that's kind of my main reason for running as well. But, yeah. Thank you.
Senator Grafe.
Okay. All right, so my question is for everyone. We've talked a lot about your guys' strengths, but what are some of your flaws? Specifically, you've experienced you doing in Senate, and how are you going to tackle those flaws?
I thought about this a lot because I knew this might be a question that would be asked tonight. I think that one of my flaws is that I really care about what others think about me, sometimes to a fault, where I'm just so caught up in what others are thinking about me and what if it could be bad. And so sometimes that has been a struggle for me focusing too much on that. But something that I've been continuing to work on to tackle that is to be confident in who I am and what I stand for, and to make sure that all the decisions I make are based upon my values and out of respect and love for the people around me. And I know that, you know, other people are going to have their own perspectives and opinions, and it's okay for people not to agree with me or, you know, not to have the same values or ideas as me.
I think I've already touched on it a little bit, but I feel that, well, it depends on how you think about it, but I feel that, and personally for me, not being terribly outgoing, I'm more introverted. That can, like I said, depending on how you think of it, can be a strength or a weakness. I'm slower at making friends with people, but for me, I've worked away around that. Just slowly getting to know people is kind of my approach. Just chipping away at the giant marble block, essentially. But yeah, I think that's about it.
First of all, thank you so much for the question. I know sometimes it's difficult to ask questions, especially when you're brand new. This is something I've been working on all year, and you could say all my life, is patience. Patience is not easy. And for me, sometimes it could be just acting a little too impulsively, thinking oh, this is the right way, and going about that without communicating properly first. But that's always a path, and I feel like especially this semester, I've learned a lot in communicating beforehand, the more collaboration that you do with others, the more different perspectives you get. And I know that this sounds kind of weird, but that kind of naturally builds patience. And just knowing that there's steps to go before reaching the end point. It'd be awesome if you could just jump from the bottom of the stairs all the way to the top. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. So I think always being aware that there's steps, you have to be patient. It's always something that I'm working on. Thank you.
Senator Agarwal.
A motion to exhaust the speakers list and end debate, or call a question, whichever one works, and move to closing statements.
Are there any objections? All right, we will now move into a vote.
Wait, no closing?
Oh, yes, you absolutely do. We will now move into closing statements. I am sorry about that.
I'm sorry, point of order, was that to exhaust the speakers list before moving into closing statements? Yeah. And so that would mean allowing speaking privileges to, I believe, the other two people who are on the speakers list at the time of the motion.
Thank you for that. I believe Agarwal next. Okay, awesome. Then it would be Senator Hirsch.
Thank you. I had a question for you guys about programs. I felt like a little bit later last year, we kind of started seeing some program fatigue where senators weren't coming to programs because we were having them week after week after week. How are you going to balance being able to have programs that are important like Green Flag and Green Dot training while at the same time making sure that we have a high percentage of senators and cabinet members in attendance? Thank you. And that's for all three.
That's a really difficult one, and something that I've had to really work on firsthand. Getting people to come to the programs is difficult, and I think one of the best things that we can do is continue open communication. We had good communication with the agenda emails and everything, but are people fully reading those emails and everything? So we have to make sure that I have to make sure that I'm getting out to each and every senator, talking to you beforehand that this week we have something very important, writing it on our whiteboards, writing it on our calendar, making sure that there are multiple places where you see that this is happening. And I also want to focus really hard on, if you don't come, there are consequences. And I want to make sure that's very well known as well. If you don't come, that there can be consequences for not doing your duties.
I think I have to agree with Josie. Communication's a big one. If these are all set in a calendar and we're limited on time, well, I guess I'll start again. If you have the opportunity, kind of spacing them out by a week might help. Just kind of alleviating that exhaustion. But if you're running out of time and you need to get these programs done, just getting that communication out there, making sure it's right in their face. And I feel like, as well, if they're unable to make it due to a class, that's perfectly fine. But if you're just choosing not to come, that's completely different. And I feel like then there are consequences, and if necessary, increase the consequences if it's repeated. Because if it is a required program, you should be there. And without a good reason, I feel like there should be consequence for that. But yeah, thank you.
I think for one, it's being more proactive in planning. You know, I think it was the last like 4 or 5 Senate meetings. We had a working meeting or a program or both all in those meetings. And that can be a lot, especially, you know, your term's almost done. For some people, they're getting ready to graduate, and you get all of these working meetings, which some of them are really interesting and really engaging, and others maybe you feel less connected to. So I think thinking more proactively, having more in the second session, but also making them more interactive and engaging, talking with these people beforehand and trying to figure out more of a plan to make it just better represented to the student body. Not that they're poorly represented now, but just making it better, while also making sure that our senators are able to fully understand and engage with these programs in a way that will be beneficial to them in the future.
Senator Reinhardt.
Hi, kind of makes me nervous to be the last one. But I know at least 2 of our nominees are going to be seniors next year, I believe. So I know there's such a thing as burnout and senioritis. How do you feel that I'm going to ask the question to all 3 of you, would manage that as the speaker? Because it's very important that you show good representation for being responsible for yourself as well as all the senators. So how would you manage that or mitigate that?
I think it's really important to be all in and making sure you're accomplishing all your duties, you're passionate about the student organizations that you're part of, and you're doing nothing but your best. But you also have to take moments to take care of yourself. So sometimes you need to step back and have a day where today I'm going to focus on me and my mental health and recouping. And I think it's really important to sprinkle those days into your schedule and make sure that you're taking care of yourself too. It's important to take care of those that you're elected to represent and doing your duties, but it's also important to take care of yourself and your mental health. And that's something that I do now and that I continue to do. And I know that I do a good job of giving myself time to make sure that I am up to the best of my ability.
I have to agree with Josie. Mental health is really important. Like, if you need time, you should take it just for yourself to take care of yourself. I guess me personally, I don't have burnout very often. To what I am very dedicated in, I don't really get burnt out. I've been very dedicated for student government. I mean, I personally haven't felt any burnout in the 2 years I've been here. That's just kind of me. I know I'm a little strange, but I don't foresee any issues with burnout. Kind of like Josie said, if it is needed that I need to take a day, I mean, I'd make sure to note that. It's like I might not be available a day, but I am dedicated to student government, dedicated to this role, so I would give my all. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I think it's about consistency. So how passionate, how hard you're going to work day one, that's also got to be how hard and how passionate you're going to work day 364. At the end of your term, I know that for a lot of people, there's going to be a sense of fatigue or a sense of okay, I've done this for the full year. Do I really need to keep giving it 100%? Keep the foot on the gas pedal. And you do. And for me, consistency is incredibly important in any good leader. I want to be as consistent as possible in making sure that I can make the people around me, how do I describe this? Basically feel both better about themselves and we're still getting things done. And no matter if it's right towards the end of the term, right before I'm about to graduate, I'm still going to go just as hard because I know how important the mission of student government is. And yeah, thank you.
All right, I just want to make sure I've got this correct. Did you already call the question?
Yep, I called
Yep.
the question, and now we move into closing statements.
Okay, absolutely. Now feel free to give your closing statement in the order that you were nominated. It's 2 minutes. And I'll tap my gavel again.
All right. I just wanted to thank all of you senators for doing your due diligence in this election. I think it's really important to elect someone that you see leading yourself this coming year. I also want to thank the two boys up here. It's really hard to put yourself in this position. It's scary. I was nervous. But I just wanted to say that I believe in all of your abilities to place me in leadership position where you see fit and think I will thrive. Regardless of whether it's speaker or not, I want to be serving you all where you think I am best. And whatever position that may be, I will come in day after day and do nothing but my best. I've already put in so much work towards this new term. I've created the new bills. I sent welcome emails to all of the new senators with the welcome packets to make sure that they felt welcome into our new Senate. I worked with Amy to create all your placards today. So I've started the work. I'm ready to continue the work, and I'm ready to continue it for the rest of the year. I want to finish with a quote from Mother Teresa. It's, "Yesterday is gone, tomorrow has not yet come. We only have today, let us begin." I'm so excited for Senate 2025, 2026 with all of you. Thank you.
Oh, I want to pull the speech back out on you guys once more. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for giving us a little more than an hour of your guys' time. It's going to take a lot longer. But, we've talked about a lot of things tonight, from just experience of student government to mental health to time commitments. And I think and fostering a welcome community. I think, they're big goals and they need someone who's dedicated to do that. And I know I'm dedicated to achieving them. I've given student government all that I can this last term. Even though I didn't have a leadership position, I kind of acted like I had such. But just being there if someone needs assistance or if they have questions, I've wanted to be there to give them that reassurance and always be there for them. I want to make myself more knowledgeable so I can assist this organization regardless of the position I am in. And I feel like that's prepared me to be a speaker, giving me the extra responsibility. I feel like I'm a great fit for it. And, I know that together we can really make a good amount of change in Senate and working to establish a great community. And not to sound like a broken record, but I would also like to finish with a quote that I feel embodies why I'm here today. Don't worry if it's the same quote. I feel like it really fits. Regardless of who you choose tonight, change won't come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. Thank you, everybody.
I Hi, everyone. So initially, I thought I was going to be asked the typical question of if you could describe yourself in one word. Instead, we decided to do fruit for some reason. But if I were to describe myself in one word, it'd be enthusiastic. And I guess we'll just share some quotes. Ralph Waldo Emerson, speaking in front of the graduating class at Harvard, said, "Nothing great was ever achieved without enthusiasm." And I think that that's incredibly important, is having enthusiasm in this role. Look, I'll be honest, I'm not perfect. I've made plenty of mistakes, including in Senate, but I don't think that any of you would doubt my passion and my commitment to this organization. Frankly, I will also say if voted in, and this goes for all of us, we would have very big shoes to fill. And I don't know if 100% I'd be able to fill them, but I would do my best. Again, it'll take long hours. It'll take passion, drive, a lot of hard work. But I'm more than willing to put in that work. Because it's your goals. It's your innovations that make student government so impactful and honestly so crucial to the student body. So if you put your faith in me, that's my promise to you. I promise to be there. I promise to show enthusiasm and care in everything that I do. I promise to meet you where you are, and after all, we are all going to be senators. You can call it servant leadership if you'd like, because I guess maybe that's my style of leadership, but I want to work with all of you and make this the best legislative term it can be. Thank you very much, all of you, for any consideration you've given me. Words cannot describe how much I appreciate this body and everything that we are able to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. In my long list of notes on how to do this properly, I did not add a point about voting. Would someone be able to fill me in on the correct procedure for voting here?
So
just to chime in, if you don't mind. So yeah, you'd move into the first ballot, and it would be a roll call vote. And so you'd need a majority of senators. We have 30 people in the room. You need, I guess, 16 as a majority then to win the election. And if no one wins, you'd move into a next ballot, having removed the person with the fewest votes.
Okay, awesome.
Are we sure he knows?
It's a great question.
Awesome. Well, we will go ahead and begin with Iona Dimhoff. Gertis. Another clarification, roles. Would he be included in the roles?
Abstain.
What's that?
Abstain.
Abstain. Reinhardt? Grave? Jones? O'Connor? Sheen? Utica? Miller? Moisango? Cronin? Kikun? Azan? Kanmeyer?
Abstain.
Hirsch? Brennan? Quarshie? Berger? Agarwal? Snyder? Bailey? Hartley? Margaret? Nandal? Persley?
move me down.
Neal? Kusi? Oh, sorry, not present. Guardy? Also not present? Okay.
Did
Thank
you say
you.
Gardy?
Yes. Oh, sorry. That's on me. Juwan? Marcus? Rolls? Oh, abstain. Sorry about that. Jones? Sheen? Shin. Sorry, I've made that mistake twice now. Azam? Margaret? Nandal? Persley?
Abstain.
And I believe that is everybody. Did I miss anybody? Awesome. I'll go ahead and add these up. Alrighty. Senator Percy has received the majority vote of the Senate. Awesome. We'll go ahead and add your name to the bill and go ahead and vote on the bill as a whole.
Point of information, could I get the number to that?
Absolutely. 21 for Persley, 0 for Rolls, 6 for Kanmeyer, and then 1, 2, 3 abstain.
Sounds great, thank you.
Alrighty, we will now go ahead and vote on the bill as a whole, and this will require a 2/3 vote to pass. UC has been called for. Is there a second? Any objections? Congratulations, Speaker Persley. Awesome. We will now move into 2025-1-001. Oh, sorry about that. 2025-1-002 SG, electing a new Vice Speaker of the Senate. We will now open the floor for nominations.
That was first.
Alrighty. I was looking down, but I saw right over there first in the far corner. Yep. My sound get correct, yes.
I nominate Senator Agro.
Senator Kanmeyer.
I nominate Senator Hartley.
Senator Neal.
I nominate Senator Ayano Dimhoff.
I accept.
Senator Jers.
I nominate my fellow Eric, Senator Rolls.
Senator O'Connor.
I nominate Senator Kanmeyer.
Is there a motion to close the floor for nominations? Are there any objections? All right, we'll now move into the opening statement phase. Each nominee will have 5 minutes to give an opening statement in the order they were nominated. starting with Senator Agarwal, then Hartley, Iona Dimhoff, and then Rolls. That would be great.
I'm sick, but I'm not contagious. Can I be told when my 5 minutes start?
All right, I will start the time whenever you begin speaking.
Okay. Impact isn't about speeches and debates, it's about the change and solutions that stem from these debates. Hello, Senators. While most of you may know me, some of you might not. My name is Abhiraj Agarwal, and I'm a sophomore, double majoring in supply chain management and management information systems with a minor in marketing, and this is officially my 3rd term in student government. Previously, I've held the role of ID director in my 1st year and residence hall senator in my 2nd year. I stand before you today not to ask you for your votes, but for your trust in me, as I tell you why I think I'll be a good fit for the vice speaker of the student government body. When I first joined student government 2 years ago, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. But I joined because I believe that this organization works for every single student and not just those who know how to navigate it. And I learned quickly that there's a lot that this body does, and it's very complex. I spent the last 2 years working to understand this organization to the best of my abilities, and I know that I finally succeeded. I won't stand here and tell you that I have every single answer, but I will tell you that I'm here to listen. To me, student government isn't about us, it's about the work that we do, and if elected, I hope to help streamline and assist the senators to do that. I know how to turn that's not how we've done it into let's see how this works. For me, experience means nothing if it doesn't translate into action. I feel like in the past 2 years, I've been fortunate enough to work on myself and learn a lot. I know that I'm approachable and a very hands-on learner. My servant leadership style equips me well with collaboration, inclusivity, and the ability to prioritize the student body's needs. I know that the experience and leadership positions I've held have prepared me for de-escalating tensions, and my strong moral compass will help me work through any issues that may arise. I'm a strong communicator, which will help me clearly articulate procedures, decisions, and agendas for the meetings if needed. My role in the Rules Committee also gives me an in-depth understanding of the bylaws. If elected, I want to make sure that every member of the student government is set up for success in the organization and aren't just plunged into a role. I would like to hold agenda-setting meetings with our speaker, if they so please, for senators who are interested in the working of the Senate and how we proceed with our legislation. I want to create teams or pairings for senators who have big projects to help them speed up their work. All it takes is a meeting per term to talk about the big goals senators have and how to proceed with them. I know when I was a senator, I had a hard time choosing committees, so I want to introduce committee shadowing to the Senate, wherein you can attend whichever meeting you like and see if that likes your interest or works with your interests. I think we have a lot of fun in Senate too, and to make sure that we can keep having that fun, I want to introduce Senate scorecards in parallel to the cardinal credits that we currently have. I'd like to present our at-larges to our Senate floor, help them shadow our senators so that in case they want to pick up a bigger role in student government, they have the ability to do so if they so please. I want the Senate to fight for what they can work with and not settle for something that's just good enough. When I look around this room, I don't see titles or agendas or senators. I see possibility. A possibility that a first-year senator who's nervous to speak today will voice for change tomorrow. The possibility that every senator knows that their voice is heard, and through them, their constituents know that they are seen. 2 years ago, I learned that progress isn't about climbing ladders, it's about building them. So let's build a stronger Senate where the debate is fruitful and undivided, where we don't care about our present and work for our students' future. I'm here, I'm ready to get my thinking cap on, give you the mic, and get to work. I'm ready to learn and assist. I want to turn our we shoulds into we dids. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Claire Hartley. I'm a freshman majoring in political science and Spanish, pursuing a certificate of leadership. I'm so excited to be up here tonight running for Vice Speaker of Senate. I have been thinking about this for a long time. When I first chose to attend Iowa State, I remember looking through the lists of the hundreds of clubs here on campus and student government catching my eye. I knew I wanted to be part of it immediately. I joined student government October 3rd as an IRHA senator a little over a month after starting my freshman year here. I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself, something that I could be proud of, and something that makes real differences on campus and impacts people's lives. Since then, I have been fortunate enough to serve on the Rules Committee and have had the privilege of helping with the creation of the baby bylaws and the fantastic bylaw rewrite that we had last term. Outside of my committee work, I've also put a strong focus on my outreach. Last semester, the other IRHA senator and I spent a lot of time at hall councils communicating with our constituents directly. When I initially joined the Rules Committee, I spoke to the then Senate about how much I love policy, and that fact has continued to be true. I have developed a good knowledge of our governing documents and feel comfortable carrying out those procedures. Policy is the foundation of our work. It gives structure to our ideas and ensures our actions are fair, consistent, and transparent. To me, policy is the quiet backbone of success. I've learned that following policy isn't just about being strict or inflexible, it's about being principled. It's about making sure that our processes are known and work for everyone, not just a few. It's the kind of structure that gives us power to make meaningful and lasting change. But I also believe that policy and compassion go hand in hand. Rules matter, but so does valuing the way we treat each other. I want to be the kind of leader who upholds our values and creates a space for growth, questions, and human moments. Throughout my experience and time here as a senator, I've realized I wanted to take on more. I want to become the next vice speaker. The responsibilities of this position are not only some I feel ready for, but I am genuinely excited to take on. On Monday night, we heard many powerful anecdotes from our current and former leaders, and what stood out to me most was the recurring theme of service. Service has always been close to my heart, and it's what initially drew me to student government in the first place. And it's a value that continues to shape both my involvement here and my future career goals. The role of vice speaker is more than just assisting the speaker. It's about supporting every senator and ensuring that Senate operates smoothly, efficiently, and transparently, and helping us stay grounded in our mission to serve the students of Iowa State through advocacy and empowerment. I believe in the power of a positive mindset, and I try to approach every situation with compassion and understanding. We're all human. We make mistakes. What matters is effective conflict management. It is essential, and I believe in fostering a collaborative environment and managing things constructively. This is how we learn, grow, and support each other. I want it to be a space where we feel it's okay to ask for help, ask questions, and be vulnerable with each other. When I first joined student government, I was nervous and unsure of myself, but I've come to realize that this is the kind of environment that challenges you in the best way possible. It's the kind of challenge that pushes you to believe in your potential and pursue what you truly are excited about. If elected vice speaker, my goal is to be a resource, someone senators feel comfortable coming to with a problem or question or project idea or personal problem. I want to be the leader who listens and supports and uplifts. This past year has taught me so much. I have watched our previous vice speaker and previous vice speaker, our new speaker, thrive in their roles, and they both taught me lessons that I am going to carry with me throughout my life. After a lot of reflection, I know I'm ready to take on this role and take on the added responsibilities. And if given the opportunity, I want to approach this with openness, positivity, drive, and compassion. Yes, this role has the opportunity to be challenging, but with the right mindset and a heart for service and the support of this incredible community, I truly believe we can accomplish great things. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ella Ino-Dimoff, and I am one of the liberal arts and sciences senators. I am a senior majoring in political science, and I am minoring in general business currently. This is my second term in student government, and I am grateful to have opportunity to run for vice speaker. This past year in student government has been transformational for myself, and each person has impacted my experience in different ways. Sitting 3 chairs down from now Speaker Pursley, observing, very inspiring to me. I decided vice speaker is a role I want to pursue. However, I did not take myself seriously on this desire. At the beginning of this month, I had the opportunity to chair the Environmental Council Committee in the Midwest Model European Union simulation at Indiana University. In complete honesty, I was very nervous for this position. Senator Hirsch can attest to that. He was on the trip with me as well. However, the Environmental Council was so productive, and over that weekend, we passed a total of 14 directives. I was very proud of the hard work that we accomplished and my impactful leadership. However, this was not my biggest takeaway from this. My biggest takeaway was the impact I had on others. I was thanked by my colleagues for how successful the committee was and tell me that this was their best experience yet at Model EU. On the second day, one of my colleagues felt comfortable enough with me to come and cry to me due to a personal issue she was experiencing. And just for relevance, she'd only met me at 4 p.m. the day prior, so it was a little bit crazy for her to trust me that much to come to me. However, that was so rewarding to me, and she also did give me a hug from that as well. This experience is what pushed me to pursue the role of vice speaker, and the experience I had showed me the impact I have on others and the legislative success I can help cultivate. In order to achieve the same success in our student government, my project as vice speaker would pertain to revamping our Pathways program. For those of you who are not familiar with this, the Pathways program connects senior leadership from within the Senate, so mentors, with mentees, fellow senators, to help with the development of projects. I personally really enjoyed this program in the working meeting we had this past winter, but I would love to enhance it further. The revamping would focus on 3 key areas. Firstly, our Senate is composed of many returning senators, but also many new senators still getting comfortable in the roles. I would like to do a working meeting specifically on the process of brainstorming projects so senators can see where their interests can lead and how to achieve their goals. I know that when I was standing up here last September to be sat as an LIS senator, just like any other Senate nominee, I was asked, what project ideas do you have? I had ideas, but that's because I was told to prepare for that sort of question. I had no idea how to actually pursue these projects or how to go about them. Therefore, the energy behind these projects did fizzle out. I don't want any senators to go through this, especially when we all have desires to help our student body, help our constituents, and be leaders. Secondly, I would like to establish close relationships between the Speaker, Vice Speaker, with Cabinet, so we can refer senators to the Cabinet members that can help them achieve their project goals. This will be really beneficial, connecting senators to committee chairs that they possibly don't know yet, they haven't connected to yet, and it also will aid in getting senators sat on committees. Furthermore, this will help foster cross-committee collaboration, something that Senate thus far hasn't been able to complete in the most efficient manner. This will help us continue to tackle this barrier and get more accomplished. I would also like to continue the senior leadership among senators to aid with the development of projects. I would like to have the leadership have check-ins with their groups once a month, whether that is virtual or in person, in order to hold everyone accountable, but also just be able to give people continuous feedback and helpful tips. This will help mentees know the ropes of the system with direction until you are ready to finish your project. This will directly contribute to the cardinal credits and build a stronger community for student government. By having a strong internal community, we can accomplish many projects that will benefit our external community, the student body that we all represent. I would like to get this running earlier into the session so we can get projects started sooner and hopefully complete many. Thank you.
Well, I feel like y'all have already gotten an earful from me, so I'll try to keep it brief. I will say that everything that I said about speaker will carry forward to vice speaker. My dedication will stay the same. I've mentioned before, I've tried to make myself more knowledgeable about every aspect of this organization, regardless of my position. Position is just another title, and titles aren't necessarily very important in the scheme of things, but I just kind of wanted to briefly talk about just kind of how I would work with now speaker personally. I mean, I feel like if it's evident, we've already worked together quite well. Well, he ran a whole campaign. I don't know if that's taboo to talk about, but we worked really well together. We made a good team. And a lot of her priorities that she talked about, I also have as well. She actually already started one, Mimi. But one thing I've wanted to talk about was just trying to strengthening our governing documents and simplifying sender onboarding. This is the part you already started, but kind of going over our governing documents, like our bylaws, the cardinal credits, and just the bylaws in general, and just making some sort of visual infographic or something, just to make it more easy to understand. If design has taught me anything, it's that visual learning tends to be a lot easier for people and a lot quicker right off the bat. So incorporating visuals or some sort of poster or something, just to make sort of our governing documents more digestible and more approachable. That's ideally what we want, is to make our documents more approachable for everybody so they feel like they can actually tackle it instead of facing a giant wall of text like our current bylaws. But just, I think these are just the kind of things that I would want to make Senate more accessible for everybody, from current members to aspiring members. Just making everything more simple and just as precise as they could be is what I want to do. And as I kind of mentioned before, just working to continue our collaborative environment in Senate. We had such a great environment and just a lot of great people, and working just to continue our relationships and get to work, get to work as friends, working together. That's when we build, our best Senate. That's when we know everybody past the formal face you see across the table. But, yeah, thank you.
All right, we will now move into the questioning phase. Just to clarify again, you'll have 2 5-minute speaking privileges to ask a question to all candidates, and the candidates will have 1 minute to answer said question. I had Persley first, and then was Neil second? No? Okay. Jake, okay. And then Persley? Okay. Senator Snyder.
I'm sure we hear this question a lot, but choose one word to describe yourself, and please tell me why.
The word I use to describe myself is approachable. I think that I have a very welcoming nature to myself, and I'm able to foster conversation and build relationships with people with ease. I'm able to listen to them. I'm a great listener, and I'm able to relate with them in situations that they might have a hard time dealing with. And I think just that alone would, help me foster a great community in the Student Government Senate.
This is a hard question. The first word that came to mind was compassionate. It's something that is extremely, I value extremely, and I really like to practice. I find it really important to try to see somebody's perspective and understand where they're coming from, understand the problem that they're having, understand their perspective, and then really consider that when making your own opinion, coming up with a decision, anything. Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to be unoriginal, use the same word I use for my Senate seating. It's 2 words also, it's open-minded, so my apologies for that. But I've held multiple different roles where being open-minded is very important. For instance, my most important part to me is I'm a sister. I'm very proud to be a sister, but obviously there's a lot of conflict that comes with being a sister and being the middle child. And so I've taken on the role of being the person that handles situations, but I'm not always going to sway towards one way. I'm very open-minded and I take in everything that's given to me, and then I help give my input, and it always varies situation to situation.
I think you kind of already heard me talk about it, but if I had to use one word, it would be committed. It can just be applied to so many different things, so many different aspects, and I feel like they all apply to everything that I've done in student government, everything I will do. I've been committed to this organization. That's why I've stayed so long. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy the community, enjoy the organization, and I'm really passionate about just helping people. So I'm just committed to being the best I can be and making sure that this body and the students are having the best experience that they can have. But yeah, thank you.
Senator Zahn.
Hello again. Can you guys talk about any initiatives or team building activities that you are planning to introduce?
I'm up first. When I first joined student government, I was a director, and I thought it was really hard to get senators to get to be on your committee. I feel like this has changed in the past year, and something that I would like to incorporate to start team building in here is, like I said in my speech, team pairings for big projects. If any senator, when I meet with them, has a big project and someone else has a similar project, I would like to pair them and help them get the resources they need to get to the projects they want. I also think student government itself does a fantastic job of fostering team building in this community. I haven't seen a lot of disagreements or tensions in this organization, and I think that's wonderful.
One team building exercise that I have thought of is having a time set aside before the meeting for senators to come and connect with each other. I think that sometimes time will go on and you'll realize you haven't had a conversation with that person yet. And I think that fostering a time specifically when that is able to happen is a really positive way to go about team building and will help newer senators and older senators connect, but also maybe older senators that just never realized they hadn't connected. I think that we do a great job at that, and I was very fortunate last year to be accepted with open arms. I just want to continue that process and make sure everybody is feeling like they have been able to get to know everybody.
I love getting to meet new senators in office and get to learn more about senators I already know in office as well. However, I think it would be great to implement getting to know each other outside of the office. Just changing the setting can be so beneficial. One, something I would like to set up and organize for us would possibly be like a watch party for an away Iowa State game. I think that'd be super fun. I have made some of my closest friends through student government. I really enjoy spending time with you guys. You guys are so much fun. And so I would love to make it so we get to all meet each other outside of just the Campanile room or in the office down below.
I mean, team building was one of my points I talked about, and it is something I'm really passionate about, like I said. Getting to know people behind just the face you see across the table. that's kind of when you do your best work, is when you can get to know people on such a different level. And I know these were off the books prior, but just like being able to just like go to some restaurant after Senate or something, or just taking an event with student government, just to go to Olive Garden, and just being able to sit down, eat some food, and just talk. It's a really great experience just to get to know everybody. I mean, these obviously wouldn't be required, but just something we advertised, like we're gonna have a team dinner after Senate or something, and that's something I'm really passionate about. And as well as just the mentorship program, just kind of furthering that connection between a senior senator and a newer senator, just so they can work together, as so the senior senator can give them that voice that they needed. Thank you.
Just as a reminder, out of respect to the nominees, please, everyone close your computers where you're not using them, and we can solely focus on the nominees for this incredibly important role. Ken Meyer.
So as I'm sure most of you know by now, a big part of the Vice Speaker is keeping track of office hours. Can you touch on your organizational skills and how you'll be able to keep track of that? Thank you.
I feel organization is a huge part of my life. It takes a lot of me to not make a list every morning when I wake up. And if I do have a list and something goes off key, it just affects me to a personal extent. And I think that keeping track of office hours isn't as hard as it seems to be, because I know that we're all very passionate about our roles, and we're all very committed to the student government of Iowa State. I just think that my organizational skills have had me prepped for something like this. Even in my personal life, I need to have a list to follow through with things, and I just think that it wouldn't be as hard to do.
I have every second of my day planned out on my online calendar. I really am not an extreme stickler, but it's something I really prioritize having as part of my day. Knowing when I'll be doing something, knowing when I have time set aside to do this or that. I really like the binder that we had this last year, and I want to really lean into the cardinal credit system of having our office hours online, because not only does that keep senators accountable for that, it would just also really help with the outreach specifically, but having a system in place that is flexible but is something that you can you continue to do every single week will be really important, and being accountable and keeping senators accountable.
I credit my success for the past 3 years to my organization. I'm a first-generation student, and so going into college, I really didn't have anyone to tell me how to be organized. But I've kept myself very organized, and actually, I help others be organized as well. Through the athletics department, I am a mentor for all the student athletes. They have rigorous schedules, and I help them implement more organization to their lifestyles. And so I am confident in upkeeping the organization of office hours. I also really enjoyed the binder setup we had. However, if that's not fitting for everyone, that's okay. I'm open to listening to that. That's one thing I've really learned being a mentor, is that there's no one organizational style that works for everybody. And so it's important to customize that to the needs of the body.
This is where I'm a little different. I would say I am quite organized, and well, my day-to-day lives, everything has a place, and you better not move it, or else I'm gonna be mad at you. But other than that, I do kind of just am kind of just a go with the flow type of person. I am quite flexible, but everything does kind of have a set position in my schedule. And I guess kind of touching on previous experience, as I've mentioned, I've seen 5 speakers, but only 4 vice speakers. I've seen how they've done office hours. I know what has worked and what hasn't. maybe a QR code that doesn't refresh every day might not work. Maybe you might know that. But just being able to track it effectively, I think, is something I can do pretty confidently. The binder system works pretty well, but being able to keep on top of that in case someone isn't doing their office hours, being able to send them a reminder every day, just like, hey, did you do your office hours or not? But being able to do that is what I can do for everyone.
Neil. Personally.
Noah stole my question. I was going to ask about office hours, but whoa, that's hot. I would like to ask how you plan to work with the speaker and what you're going to do to make sure you're able to do tasks when it's delegated to you and focus on delegation and keeping up with being a chief officer.
Our current speaker, Josie Persley, is one of my closest friends, and I found her through student government. I think we have great chemistry and the ability to work with each other while also being grown adults and disagreeing when we need to. Can you repeat the second part of your question, please?
Yeah, how will you be up to like the delegation of tasks that are assigned to you from the speaker?
That's kind of going into another thing, but one of the problems that I struggle with is delegation itself. And also saying no are two things that I really need to work on. But I feel like as the vice speaker, my role is not only to assist the speaker, but also make sure that Senate is doing okay. And I think that with the collaboration that me and the current speaker have, this shouldn't be a very hard thing to do for me. And I'm obviously someone that's very open to criticism and someone who's very open to change. And I think that would help me be fit for the role.
One thing that I think is really important to have in a vice speaker is adaptability. And that's something that I have worked on this past year and have been able to develop as a skill that I have. Like I said in my speech, the vice speaker is there to help with the speaker and what they do. So whether it be a bill that the speaker needs you to write or a conversation the speaker needs you to have, whatever it is, I have the ability to prioritize that, and I like to write everything down to make sure that nothing is forgotten because I think follow through is really important. And I really like Josie, and we're good friends, and so I know that we will work well together, but I will also keep in mind that I might not always agree with her and that that's completely okay. I feel that having my own opinions and listening to everybody else is important and not just completely agreeing 100% of the time. Thank you.
I'm confident that the speaker and I will have great chemistry. We actually will be living right down the hall from each other because we are roommates. However, that's not what I'm thinking about when running for this role. I'm thinking about her title as speaker and my title as vice speaker. That's very important because we are here to represent you, make sure you are heard, you're getting what you want. And so that's very important. And then to touch back on my organization for the delegation, I think that's very important. I'm very organized. I can keep up with that. Next year, I am a senior, so I will have the time as well. I'm only taking 12 credits. So I'll have the time to fulfill the tasks that I need to do. But also, Josie and I, we can take criticism from each other. We have that ability. And I actually always seek out criticism on how I can better myself and better my processes. And so I think that's one of my strengths. Thank you.
I think you scared a couple people with that one. I think Josie and I obviously work pretty well together. Obviously, I like to hear everybody's opinion, but I'm not afraid to voice my own. So I have no issues with speaking my mind if I have a differing opinion, but also listening people out and just working with them and being flexible. That's something I feel I'm very good at. And as well with delegation, if I'm delegated things, I tend to get them done right away. That's how I deal with my organization, is getting them done and out of the way. I completely reformatted the bylaws twice. That's something I felt like I could do in a reasonable amount of time, so I did it. But it is important to know when delegation is needed, whether you're not confident in your abilities or whether you think it might take you a long time. It's important to reach out and ask those questions, ask those favors, just so you can get things done properly and in a good time frame. Yeah.
Now, Neil.
Much like the position of speaker, the position of vice speaker requires a significant time commitment. And I know you all have touched on organization a little bit, but how do you plan on balancing your potential duties as vice speaker with your course load and other extracurriculars or jobs or et cetera that you might be a part of?
I'm going to be completely honest. I'm taking 18 credits. I have to take 18 credits for the rest of junior year. But I feel like I also took 18 credits this past semester. And I feel like my academics and my extracurriculars are two very different things for me. And I am able to divide my time into what I want to focus on. Academics are obviously a top priority for me. But I'm still able to be in the office a lot and be able to work on student government. I've tried my best to attend every single meeting that I can. As for other extracurriculars, student government is my main extracurricular. I'm an inactive member of the Multicultural Business Network, but that's it. And I don't think a 5 to 10 hour time commitment is huge to begin with. I also think that my passion for this position will prepare me to take on that time commitment.
I think it's really important to consider having a balance. This next coming up year, I am taking 16 credits, 6 of which are online. I did that intentionally to have more free time in case that I did get this role or a different leadership position. I wanted to be able to commit time to that intentionally. I want to prioritize my academic health, my mental health, but also stick to the commitments that I make. I thought about this position for probably a month, and I am extremely confident in my ability to balance work and life and feel really comfortable doing that. My main other thing that I will be doing is working, but that's part of life, but I'm excited to balance those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Neal, because I do agree that time management is very imperative for this role. Like I said before, I am only taking 12 credits next semester. And I will say I am also an LAS ambassador. That's another role I hold. And I do also work for the athletics department, as I said before, as a tutor and mentor. However, I'm going to my 3rd year of being an LAS ambassador, so I already understand that role. I have had a much harder workload while holding multiple titles as well. I'm going to my 2nd year of being a tutor and mentor. And so I am very confident that besides holding those roles, I can prioritize being vice speaker. I've really enjoyed my time in student government thus far. I'm living closer to campus next year as well. And so I already enjoy being in the office when I can right now. I'm in there maybe about 3 hours a week right now, but I would love to extend it, and thank you.
Well, I think you already kind of heard about me, but just kind of reinforcing that I don't really have any other current extracurriculars besides design council, which I'm required to go to. I mean, one meeting every other week isn't very much. So I'm pretty confident in my abilities for having time commitments. In terms of time management, it's something I've been continuously working on my college career. It's something that I feel like I've gotten pretty good at, consistently showing up to Senate, consistently showing up to working meetings, committee meetings, just whenever I can be there, I'm going to be there regardless of anything. So, yeah, thank you.
Jurdies.
You all touched on how you would handle the office hours, but how will you ensure accountability from senators if they consistently fail to meet their office hour requirement? Would we just see another censure bill, or would you take a different approach?
I know in Rules Committee, ex-Speaker Momini decided to have this thing where if you default on your, or if you get nonfeasances, they carry out throughout your whole term in student government and not just that year. I think that would help me, make sure that senators hold themselves accountable. But if need be, I'm not someone who's afraid to have hard conversations. I'm not someone who's afraid to, tell you what you're doing wrong. And I obviously expect the same from anyone who'd be in my position. If need be, I know I can have those hard conversations. And if need be, I know I can tell someone that they need to stop.
So one of the processes that Rules has is investigating those types of situations, communicating with the person that is being charged, or so there's a process of communicating, talking, finding evidence, and then after that leads to the decision of bringing it to Senate and no punishment or censuring or actually removing that person from student government. And I'm a big person on follow through, and I think that accountability is very important. And so I plan on being very on top of that. That's something I value and want to be committed to in this term if elected. I like the nonfeasances carrying over. I feel that that is important, and the decisions you make affect you. And I think that they need to be held accountable.
We are all elected officials, so I once again agree with everything that's been said, that accountability is very important. I am very fond of the current processes that the student government has in place when it comes to investigating those kind of circumstances. However, when it comes to making any exact decisions, like Senator Gertis is referring to, I would like to leave that up to the discretion of the Rules Committee, not make a personal decision on that. I'd like it to be a group discussion to decide which direction we move in.
Well, I guess I was also in Rules. I guess 3 of the 4 of us are in Rules. So we did talk about that censorship bill. I know I was one of the main proprietors of it. I'm big on commitment and accountability, and if you aren't showing the commitment to show up and do your required job, there should be punishment for it. I have no issues handing out a punishment. If you aren't doing something correctly or doing something that you should be doing, I'm going to call you out for it. That is something you should be doing, and if you aren't doing it, that's not a good thing. Obviously, I am more than willing to be flexible if they had some sort of extenuating circumstance, but that also just requires the communication, making sure that communication is going back and forth, being timely with responses, and just making sure everything's in line and being held accountable. Yeah.
Senator Azan.
Have you guys had a chance to author any bill in past? If not, maybe any contribution or anything that you are proud of that you have done in past as a senator?
Like I said, I was a senator for a year. I was the residence hall senator for this past year. This past year has been quite a bit of a personal struggle for me. So my commitment towards things had wavered. But I feel like I'm in a much better position now. I don't have any certain bills that I'm very proud of, but I have co-authored a lot of bills. I would just like to say, I don't know, this year seems to bring a lot of positivity into my life. And I just think that I'm much more suited to hold my positions now than I was earlier.
So one thing that I have been proud of is my commitment to outreach, like I mentioned in my speech. That's something I really value, connecting with the constituents directly. As for bills, I have authored a bill that was supposed to be used at a working meeting that we ended up skipping over. But other than that, I have not had much opportunity, which kind of upsets me. I wish I have written more bills, and I think that having that as a cardinal credit option is a good incentive, and it's a good way to help expand those abilities. But I have co-sponsored a plethora of bills that I have proudly supported. A lot Cameron Meyer has written, and I have been thankful for his offer for me to co-sponsor on those things.
I have been able to co-sponsor multiple bills, which I am grateful for. Unfortunately, I've not been able to author any bills myself. I was sat on the Local Affairs Committee, which I'm very grateful for. However, the only bill that did come from the Local Affairs Committee was the asset allocations. Instead, I prided myself in local affairs on helping with setting up the 2 joint city council meetings that we had. Ex officio Boland was a great chair in the Local Affairs Committee, and we had a lot of open discussion pertaining to what discussion would be at those meetings, so I had input in that. I helped take notes for that, so ex officio Boland could always refer back to in curating the agenda and so on.
I will kind of also say what everybody else has. I know I have co-authored a lot of bills throughout my time here. I haven't authored a ton. I did author the asset allocations, which was something I was really proud of. It's something I put a lot of work behind. And I don't necessarily co-author things I don't believe in fully, or unless I'm just not reached out to. But I won't put my name on something that I don't believe in. So that's kind of my stance on that. But I'd be more than happy to be open to authoring more bills. Just really haven't gotten the chance. In Rules Committee, I don't really get any legislation that's authored to me. It's either to the Speaker or Vice Speaker, which, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with authoring if I get this role. And as well with Local Affairs, I didn't get anything but the asset bill, which I did author. So, but yeah, thank you.
Senator Miller.
Okay, so I really feel like these kinds of questions are the best for getting to know you guys. So if you could be any vegetable, what would you choose?
I really like yellow bell peppers, and I think it correlates really well with my personality. I'm someone that tends to stand out. And I don't know, it's just a really cool vegetable. It's yellow, which is a really awesome color, and I also think that it tastes great.
Okay, I was gonna say banana peppers, but I really think I'm a pickle. I think I love vinegar, and I love how salty it is, but also I love that it's a cool cucumber. It's pretty great. Thank you.
All right, well now I feel like a loser because mine's gonna be cucumber, which is the less cool pickle. But I choose cucumber because they're like cool, refreshing. I think of myself that way. Hopefully others do too. But also like versatile. You can use them for spas, Greek salads, Italian salads, really any kind of salad. So I choose cucumber.
I mean, you can't ostracize me for this, but I mean, I hate pickles. I don't like them. Take it with that what you will. But, you know, I wouldn't be a red-blooded Iowan if I didn't say corn. So it's corn. It's good. It's good in multiple dishes. It's good on its own, buttered, whatever. It fits on everything. But, yeah.
Senator Kanmeyer.
Going back to the responsibilities of Vice Speaker, another big one is taking minutes at the Rules Committee meetings. Do you have any experience taking minutes before, or what would be your approach? Thank you.
So I wouldn't say I have experience taking minutes, but I did work as a reporter for the Iowa State Daily all throughout my freshman year. Our main method of writing reports was to record the interview that we're doing and then transcribe it. So I do have a lot of experience with that. I've published multiple articles with multiple sources. And I think that equips me with the ability to be able to record minutes and then transcribe them into a document that's readable and efficient for all of Rules.
So this past year, I served as the Hickson Student Board Secretary, which is my scholarship program, where I kept minutes. That was one of the main things that I did, and I was able to do that by really focusing on what specific people were saying. And I really like how Speaker Josie did it when she was the Vice Speaker of recording. I think actively typing and recording at the same time really help get the most information possible, and I think that that's really important, especially in a rules meeting where so much can happen that impacts every single one of you.
So I don't have any experience with taking minutes. However, I don't want to go back to some of my organizational skills. In local affairs, I was able to keep track of everything that went on. Ex officio Bolin could always refer to me if she had any questions, if she wanted any references to what was spoke on, who said it, and so on. And my methodology would also be recording, listening to be able to refer back to something. I don't have the best ears, so I always like to have a safety net of listening back to something.
Well, I guess in terms of note-taking, that's something I tend to do when I'm in my classes. I tend to just transcribe, which means it's just something I've done naturally at some point. I don't know, I think it's kind of weird, but I also, in the College of Design's Operation Committee, I took minutes for the students, just like who said what, when was it said, just like that. I did all I can think. I still do that. There's monthly meetings. And then I was, third in line for rules. So I did take minutes when now Speaker Bursley, I almost messed it up, sorry. I had to take minutes whenever she had to leave. So I recorded as well. I think it's a really good method for doing it. And I've also seen how she transcribes them as well. I think it's a pretty efficient method. It may take some time, but it's worth it to make sure everything's being done accurately. So, yeah.
I would also like to point of information that the Vice Speaker does not have to be the scribe for the Rules Committee. I just chose to be it.
Awesome. Well, seeing no more placards raised, we will go ahead and move into the debate phase and ask our four candidates to leave the room. Senator Brennan. No worries. Yeah, you had your placard up, absolutely.
You guys, this is my first time being in Senate. It's a little scary. I am in full support of Claire Hartley for the Vice Speaker position. I've worked closely with her at IRHA as a director, and she is so confident and she's so personable. As she said, she's really confident in keeping minutes, and I totally support that. She has very strong leadership, and she said that she wants to create a space to be open for any questions and help. And I came into Iowa State and in IRHA not knowing like anything, and she helped me feel comfortable even though I was actually there before her. Not sure how that's possible, but she is just amazing, and I am in full support of her being Vice Speaker.
Senator Hirsch.
I'm a big fan of all 4 senators that want to be vice speaker. I do want to talk about Ella and my experience working with Ella. She talked about Model EU, and so I've been a part of that last 2 years with her. And witnessing her growth from 2 years ago to now was really impressive. And so I've done Model EU for 2 years, and I've honestly, in the 2 years I've done it, I've never seen people come out of a committee and go up to her and say, like, you did such a good job. Mostly chairs, like, it's not uncommon for chairs to get impeached. We saw that last time we did it, I think the year before, someone got impeached. And so she did an incredible job. And so not only were people coming up to Ella, telling her how great of a job she did, they were also coming up to her advisor. They were coming up to other members of our Iowa State University delegation. I continue to be impressed by her level of dedication and her work ethic. I think she would do an incredible job as vice speaker.
Senator Kanmeyer.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight something real quick, and that's an important thing of bill writing. The vice speaker does quite a bit of that. And I do think that this is important in considering Senator Iono Dimhoff hasn't written a bill before. Senator Augerball, when asked by Senator Momney, both him and I were put in charge of writing seating bills. And he immediately went to someone who is not even in student government for help writing it, which I think is not ideal. But I wanted to put full support behind Senator Hartley. There are 13 hall councils at Iowa State, which is quite a bit, and they meet at all different times, and we were able to visit all but one of them, and that one of them is Towers, which literally meets during Senate, so can't really do anything about that. And she was extremely passionate in all of those. I think that her skill set and her abilities fit perfectly for the role of vice speaker. And I think another thing is dedication and passion. That's something that you can't exactly teach. When I guess you could say first met Claire, it was at, I guess after an IRHA meeting. I guess Quinn and Hamath were both there as well, and Hamath, I think, peppered her with about 45 minutes of questions, which felt very discouraging from trying to get her involved in student government. She wasn't even a senator yet, but she was very persistent, kept going despite all of that, became a senator, joined Rules, has been on Rules since I think October, September, has done an amazing job. And I think that that's the level of dedication. Don't let the title freshman scare you. She's very experienced, very qualified, and will firmly have my vote.
Senator Pursley.
Okay, so I think that all 4 of these candidates would do an amazing job in this role. I think all of them are, able to do this job, and they're qualified. And they all have the qualities of what we're looking for in a vice speaker. These are one of the moments where I'm going to remain neutral because I'd like you guys to choose a vice speaker that you see representing you. It's not about my opinion. It's about you guys and what's best fit for what you want your Senate to look like. So I am going to let you guys decide on this one, and I will probably abstain.
Senator Marcus.
Sorry, wasn't working there for a minute. I just wanted to say that I agree. All 4 of these candidates would do a phenomenal job as vice speaker. I want to voice my support in particular for Eric. Not only does he have 2 full years of Rules Committee experience, so he knows the bylaws very well. He's also worked really closely with Speaker Pursley and the prior Speaker, Momney. He worked very closely with both of them while they were Speaker and Vice Speaker, and so I am sure that he picked up a thing or two from them. That, on top of his Rules experience, just makes him a very clear candidate to me. And he's also helped me multiple times with clarification on bylaws, explaining to what that means to me, and even helping me out with certain things in my office hours. So he has my support.
Senator Miller.
Yeah, I'd like to voice my support for Raj. He is one of the first people I met on campus when I first came here. and he has just been involved with everything on campus that I can think of, which just really shows that he does actually care just about the school and about the community here. I know for a fact he has the exact personality that I would want to be holding me accountable, and I think he'd do a great job of holding us all accountable. And he's just a great guy. Yeah.
Senator Zahn?
Again, all of these nominees are amazing person. They have amazing personality too. So when I asked the question about team building activities, it's one of the thing that I do care about a lot, because sometimes the meetings can be overwhelming and exhausted, and getting out once in a while to have fun. In past, for new senators, we had like a couple of games here and there, spoon game. We had Thanksgiving dinner. We played volleyball, so kind of like team building activities to get to know the person outside of the Senate, to make friendships. And I'm gonna support Hartley on this stance. I think she does have outgoing personality, and she might be able to contribute more in that aspect compared to the other nominees.
Seeing no one else requesting the floor, we will now move into the clarification phase. If someone would be willing to grab the nominees and bring them back in the room, that would be great. As a reminder, this follows the normal rules of debate, so 2 5-minute speaking privileges. Go ahead. In the clarification phase? Now. That is, yes, you can do that. Are there any objections? All right, we will now move into closing statements. We ended the clarification phase just for your information. And so we'll now move right into closing statements. As a reminder, each nominee will receive a 2-minute closing statement in the order that they were nominated.
I'd like to start off by saying that I really appreciate all of y'all's time and attentiveness today. I appreciated all the great questioning that we were subjected to. And I'd like to say that no matter what your decision is today, I'm committed to the student government of Iowa State, and I do still plan to carry out all the goals and projects that I have in mind, irrespective of whether I get this position today or not. My intent on running today was not because I felt like this was something that I needed to do, but I felt that this might help me be more of a part of the student government that has given me so much. I'd like to end by a quote, with a quote by, I actually don't remember who said it, but a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And I feel like this journey throughout my time here at the Student Government of Iowa State has been incredible, and I'm really glad that I took that first initial step of deciding to join. Thank you all.
Thank you guys all so much for bearing with us with this longer Senate meeting that we have going on. I really appreciate all of your commitment to today. Like I said in the beginning, yes, this role has the opportunity to be challenging, but with the right mindset, having a heart of service, and the support of the incredible community we have here, I truly think that I can thrive in this role. I spent a lot of time considering if I was ready for this sort of thing, and I concluded that I am. I'm excited to take this on. I really appreciate all of the lessons I learned from our previous vice speaker and speaker. And a quote that I have, just because it's fun, is that you have to have confidence in your vision and stay focused, by Ariana Huffington. And that's a quote that I have used throughout my year here at Iowa State. I have struggled with confidence in the past, and that's something I've really worked on myself, my ability to be confident and believe in myself. And that's something that I am glad to say I feel better about. So I'm confident that I will do well in this role and that I am I'm the best candidate. Thank you.
I wouldn't be running for this position if I did not think I could fulfill the duties. My experience from Model European Union, my year of experience in student government, has proven to me that I am capable of this. I'd like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to just come up here and speak. But I also want to leave everyone with, I believe that the vice speaker position is left in the best of hands no matter which way it goes. I am very fond of all three other candidates up here. I'm fond of myself as well. But I just want to say that no matter what, it's in great hands. So just thank you for giving us all the consideration.
Well, I guess I'll finish with a little appreciation. I mean, you guys have given us 3 hours of your time. I mean, thank you for being, well, here and contributing. I know it can be really boring from that side of the table, but I just kind of would also like to say everything that I kind of said when I ran for speaker still applies here. As I mentioned, regardless of my position, I am dedicated and committed to serving student government. It's the reason I've stayed here for so long is I really enjoy the organization and the community here. And it's just really such a unique experience. I mean, personally for me, it's been life-changing as much. I mean, even in my senior year of high school, I wouldn't consider myself a leader, but I mean, here I am, and I feel like I am more than confident that I can lead the Senate, well, co-lead the Senate with Josie, and just being able to work with everybody to make sure that everything runs smoothly and our organization is the best it can be. Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, we will now move into voting, starting with Anna Dimhoff. Curtis. Rolls. Reinhardt. Grafe. Jones. O'Connor. Shin. Utica.
Hartley.
Say that one more time.
Claire. Hartley Claire.
Awesome. Miller. Moisango. Cronin. Kikong. Azan. Kanmeyer. Hirsch. Brennan. Corshi. Farragher. Agarwal. Snyder. Bailey. Hartley. Margaret. Nandal. Persley. Neal. Guardy. Hartley, awesome. Sorry about that. Juwan. Marcus. You okay? Azan. Hirsch. Snyder? Margaret? Neil? Marcus? The result of the vote is as follows. Agarwal 1, Hartley 19, Iano Dimhoff 2, Rolls 3. So we will go ahead and put Hartley's name on the bill and begin to vote on the bill as a whole. Is there a second? No objections and unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Congratulations, Vice Speaker Hartley.
I motion to recess for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, but first can Martin Hirsch lead us in a shakeout?
Let's vote on the motion, and whoever wants to stay for the shakeout can shake out. All right, so we've got the motion to recess for 10 minutes. There's a second. Are there any objections? All right, we'll go ahead and we'll meet you back in 10 minutes. 1 minute until we come back. All righty, everybody. All righty, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you are feeling better and ready to get going again. We will go ahead and move into our next item of business. 2025-1-00, I assume 3 or 1 SC, executive nomination for Chief of Staff with Speaker Pursley.
Okay, hello everyone. This bill is our nomination for the Chief of Staff. I don't know why it's opening up into the Finance Director. So let me fix that really quick. But Claire can get started and tell us a little bit about herself.
For those of you who have not gotten the chance to meet yet, my name is Claire Hosch. I'm in my second year here at Iowa State, and I'm studying political science with a minor in ethics. I'm so excited that you all get to be a part of this organization, and I hope that you love it as much as I have. The last time I stood in front of the podium, in front of you all, I was asking for your vote to become Chief of Staff. And to be quite honest, I knew very little about what I was getting myself into. Quinn and Martin gave me a rundown so extensive that they should have called it Stugov 101, and I should have got course credit. But all I really took away from the conversation was that it was going to be a lot of work and a huge learning curve. And it certainly was. I spent about half of my time on cabinet this year learning what worked and what didn't. I don't know if any of you have ever noticed, but the role of the Chief of Staff in the Constitution and bylaws is very loosely defined, so I struggled a bit figuring out the best way to execute and define my role. But what I can say today, as I asked for the exact same thing, is that I'm well equipped to be the Chief of Staff again. Over the course of the last 2 semesters, I've learned so much about Iowa State and student government as an institution. According to former Director of Outreach, Eric, during the 2025 spring semester, I was one of the top performing outreach individuals amongst cabinet, and I placed 3rd. I've spent, I'm sure by now, nearly 100 hours in the MU with the chief officers, doing my office hours, organizing cabinet, sitting in Senate, attending rules, PR, finance, events, local affairs, sustainability, health and wellness, legislative ambassadors, and idea committee meetings. From scheduling rooms, helping in the beginning stages of the Prep Week policy proposal, emceeing and Know Your Leaders, reviewing questions for the polling program, or hosting breakout rooms during the Big 12 conference, I've had my hands on, for at least a period of time, a lot of projects this year. As we look ahead to the next term, Colby and Will have emphasized the importance of the Chief and staff focusing more on supporting and assisting cabinet members. Thanks to my experience working closely with cabinet members over the past year, I have a clear vision of what this enhanced focus could look like. I would like to have cabinet agendas planned out further in advance and sent out prior to our meetings. I prepared new office hour sheets, which I think will make it more obvious to other cabinet members who has and has not completed their office hours, which I hope will create more accountability. I would like to rotate the committee meetings I attend, that way I'm equally prioritizing every cabinet member. And though our administrative assistant, Amy, is already working a bit on this, I would like to reorganize the cabinet files on Teams to make agendas, transition documents, and archives more accessible to cabinet members. If I were stepping into this role without that experience, I might not be able to fully grasp the scope of what's needed, but my time in this position has given me valuable insights and ideas for improvement. Outside of student government, I'm very involved in my sorority. I previously served on my council as the Panhellenic delegate, which is why many of you probably saw me leave early a few times in the fall. And I currently serve as the Vice President of Learning and Development. This summer, I'll be working at Berkshire Hathaway Energy as a regulatory affairs intern, and next fall, I'll be a research assistant for the plea lab working under Dr. Wilford, investigating why people take plea bargains and how we can improve eyewitness testimony. Being the chief of staff has truly been one of the most rewarding opportunities I've ever had. It has deepened my understanding of leadership, strengthened my ability to support others, and further connected me to the university I proudly cheered on since childhood. Roll clones. I know that the experience I have from serving as chief of staff for the last 2 semesters has equipped me with the insight and skills to serve even more effectively than I did last term. To those of you previously involved in student government, I hope that my passion and commitment to the role was evident. And for those of you who weren't, I hope I've done a good job explaining why I deserve to serve again. I would be incredibly humbled to work alongside you all. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me speak tonight. I know it's been a long one. We're so close. And I'm excited to answer any questions you all may have for me.
Thank you very much. Before we get into questions, I have a couple announcements. So one, you probably heard like the bell and then someone talking over the microphone. The Memorial Union is going to do that like a few more times. That is for everyone else, but it's not for us. We get to stay as late as we please. So ignore that, and I apologize if it interrupts you. I apologize if it interrupts you speaking. And then the second thing is just like with speaker and vice speaker, please try and close our laptops as much as possible to give as much respect as we can to these executive nominees. We'll go ahead and start with Senator Kahnmeyer.
Yeah, incredible speech. I think it goes without saying that you did a great job last year and will again do a great job this year. And I just wanted to attest to that by saying that you went to the Rules Committee meeting and actually like added additional responsibilities, gave yourself more office hours, which I don't know that many people would do, even knowing that you were going to reapply for the same position. So I think that that's pretty incredible, and I think we all should vote yes on Claire.
All right, are there any objections? Okay, you withdraw. Okay, awesome, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to make it quick. Okay, so how will your duties as Chief of Staff be altered with the creation of the Director of Operations position? By the way, I think the Director of Operations is a great and fresh idea, but could you just kind of break down what the difference is between your role and his?
Yeah, I think there's definitely more clarification to be made between Colby, Will, and Cade and I. From my understanding, his role will provide me with more time and resources to focus more on the cabinet staff. So I will hopefully, I mentioned some of the side projects that I worked on, like emceeing at Know Your Leaders or helping Quinn revise some of the questions for the polling program. I might be doing less of those sort of like administrative tasks or helping with little projects and focusing just more on assisting the cabinet members, focusing my time on going to their meetings, helping them work through any problems they have and on the projects that they're working on instead of the projects of the president and vice president. Yeah.
Do withdraw. Senator Zahn.
So I have a question to President Colby, if you can clarify this overlap, if there's any overlap between the Director of Operation position that you established with the Chief of the Staff. Can you describe their roles and the responsibilities, or if there's any overlap?
Yeah, not really a whole lot of overlap. Like Claire mentioned, we're just going to keep going. Like Claire mentioned, she will be responsible for working really with cabinet, making sure that directors have the means that they need to succeed in their respective position, and then Director Altendorf will help Will and I with the day-to-day operations and things that have fallen on Claire's plate, but now we'll give her more time to work with cabinet, if that makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense. So this new position that we have now through executive order, that position is taking responsibility of what position from like previous cabinet member, let's say. Can you talk about that? So the Director of Operation is doing what job basically that was done by a different member in past, let's say last year?
I mean, there's not really a specific, like, it's obviously new, and we're working on it, and it's up to ultimately Claire and Cade too, and what Claire kind of sees best fit for it and how she can best utilize her time. But really, it's supporting the day-to-day operations of student government, and Will and myself is the vision for the new role, allowing Claire to have more time to sit down, meet with directors, make sure that they're accomplishing their goals, helping them to plan events and all that kind of stuff.
So the new position is basically taking the responsibility from ME, the student government ME plate, basically. That's what you're trying to say?
No.
Okay. I'm still confused, but I'm going to yield.
Are there any objections? All right, we will now proceed with a placard. UC has been called for. Is there a second? Any objections? All right, congratulations, Claire. All righty. We will now move into 2025-1-01 SC, executive nomination for finance director with Speaker Pursley.
Okay, I'm under the impression that you guys don't have access to this document right now, so I'm trying to change the link so that you have access. Oh, you don't have access? Okay. Let me know if anyone is having trouble with access. But our speaker is going to talk to us a little bit about herself and... She's not the speaker, she's a finance director. What? Yeah. No, I didn't mean like as the speaker. I'm saying she's speaking in front of us. Okay. This person is our nominee for finance director, and she's going to talk now.
Okay, hi guys, good evening. My name is Chloe Rhodes, and I'm honored to be here tonight as the nominee for finance director. I'm a sophomore double majoring in supply chain management and management with a minor in international business. Some of my student organizations that I'm involved in are 2 supply chain related ones. I'm currently the treasurer of Kairos, which is a college ministry here on campus. And additionally, I will be the treasurer of Women Impacting Supply Chain Excellence in the fall. This summer, I will have an internship at Trinity Logistics where I will negotiate finance contracts between corporations and trucking companies. Bring a fresh perspective to student government, one grounded in student experiences and a strong commitment to financial integrity. I want to ensure that student government funding continues to support all student organizations meaningfully and that more students are aware of the resources that they have on campus. Being involved in student government gives me the opportunity to ensure that student organizations are receiving nonpartisan funding opportunities. I am committed to utilizing our budget as effectively as possible in order to return the value of money contributed by the student body back to the student body. This will allow every student here to experience everything that Iowa State has to offer. On the sheet that I passed around to you that many of you are probably looking at, you're going to see my initiatives for the year, my goals both short and long term, as well as my additional commitments as finance director. Fiscal responsibility was a core part of the Brant Velocic campaign, and I'm excited to bring that vision to life this next year. I look forward to being the bridge between student government and the student body and ensuring that our funding decisions reflect the diverse needs of our campus community. Thank you guys for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have at this time.
Senator Zahn.
Oh, okay. Question to Kobe. Can you talk about how many candidates were interviewed for this position? And what was the selection process look like?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm happy to talk. I mentioned it a little bit in my State of the Student Body, but we had 36 applicants apply for all of our cabinet positions.
For this position specifically?
For this one,
yes.
We had 3 applicants, and they were scored based off of their resume, interview, and that's how we came to our final decision.
Yeah, I could not get that. Sorry about that because of this. Can you repeat it?
Yep. So kind of how it worked is they filled out an application where they submitted their resume, and then we invited them for an interview where we heard about their goals, their experiences, and ultimately that's what was the driving factor behind our decision and how we decided finance director. And I would like to highlight that it was an incredibly hard decision. Like I said, it was an incredibly qualified applicant pool this year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, question for you, Chloe. I know we talked about this earlier. So, especially for education, when you say about the workshops and educating the Senate about all the finances and everything, how this is different than the budget bill that we typically have on Senate floor, where we have this line item breakdown of all the things that we are voting for. And we do have opportunity to ask questions to finance director. Can you explain how this is different than what we have right now?
Yeah, I think it's less of showing a bill and more of the opportunities that I would have as finance director to explain what finance committee is doing and explaining the PNC for all of the senators, because if you're not on finance committee, sometimes the PNC can be a little confusing, and that's why we do get a lot of questions throughout our finance bills. So I think that introducing that to senators at the beginning of the year and making sure that everybody understands a little bit of it. I know it's not going to be obviously the whole PNC that they're going to understand, but the basics of it, so that then when we are talking about finance bills, they know what we're talking about.
Okay, and for one pager for funding steps, that is also for senators or that is for student body?
Yeah, so that'll be for both. It'll be, my hope is to have it on the website, and then I'm also going to email it out to treasurers, but it just gives a breakdown of when a student comes, like their treasurer comes to student government for funding, what's the process going to look like for them. So they're going to request the funding, then they're going to go to a finance meeting, then they're going to go to Senate. Like that's what I want to line out, because I think a lot of student works come and they don't really know what to expect coming into it. So to be able to have that all lined out so they know, okay, this is going to be the process, this is maybe how long that process will take, depending on if they have the time for it or not.
Awesome. These are great ideas, but in your opinion, you think this is something that has not been done in past?
I'm not sure if it's been done in the past, but recently I haven't seen it, so that's why I came up with the idea, and ultimately why I have it as one of my initiatives.
Okay, from my experience, I have seen the director reaching out to all the treasurers, talking about, office hours, help sessions for your information. So it's been done, from my knowledge, at least for past 2 years. Yeah, and I yield.
Thank you.
Senator Snyder.
So throw you a softball first. During our PNC meeting last year, representatives of the Sport Club Council came and said that they did not have enough say in the creation of that process. And in the subsequent Finance Committee meeting, I was there. I rallied for more allocational coverage for sports clubs. Are you willing to work with organizations like the Sports Club Council and people like Nathan Pick to make sure that we're getting a diverse representation when we're in the creation process of the PNC?
Yeah, I obviously had said that big majority of it is making sure that our funding decisions are helping the diverse needs of the campus. I think it is important that we take into consideration every single student organization that comes to our plate and comes to ask for funding. We need to make sure that it's a fair decision for every single one that we make. Ultimately, I don't have a deciding factor in the Finance Committee. I'm a non-voting member until it's a tie. So I can't personally have a say on that, but that's why I would create an amazing Finance Committee with many senators, and I'm looking at also having at-large people as well to give more perspectives when we're talking about different bills. Does that answer your question, yes or no?
Senator Neal.
Thank you for your speech and for your handout. I had a question about, as financial director, chances are you are most likely going to deal with conflict at some point, whether on the committee or when dealing with annual allocations and things of that nature. How prepared do you feel you are to be able to say no and mediate conflict when it comes to financial decisions?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very good at conflict resolution. It's something that I've had to do in the past and other positions that I've had. And ultimately, my finance committee will have things that they disagree on. And I think it's important to bring different perspectives and have disagreements. That'll then bring up different ideas that maybe we didn't think of before. So I think it is a good thing to have that. And I think I'd be good at having the conflict resolution. Saying no to things is something I never have struggled with. I will say my opinion if I feel that it is needed to be said during a certain time.
Senator Jones.
Hi, we met before. So I have a couple questions for you. As you know, I was on finance committee last term. I want to discuss really quickly the finance committee did go over the PNC revisions, and we worked very, very diligently on those revisions. What were you specifically looking on to revise in the PNC?
Yeah, so obviously as finance director, we get the opportunity in finance committee to go through the PNC every single year. I had spoken with Evan and we had kind of chatted about it. He hadn't really said much on what was what was fixed this last time. He said a lot of the times it's pretty minute things. I think majority of what I'm looking into is a lot of it says case by case, and I think it'd be more important to have detailed decisions of what those case by case situations are, so that we have a clearer understanding, so it's not as much up to interpretation, but on a distinct point.
Perfect, yeah, and then I have another question. So specifically about allocations, as you know, we allocate over $1 million to clubs each year, and you are stepping into a completely new role, not having experience on student government for. How are you going to be able to navigate this, being the head of allocations, as never being in this position before, and it's such a quite big role to be in, because it takes, over finance committee was like, more than 8 hours, 20 hours? A lot. How are you going to prepare for this role, and how are you going to step into it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've already been meeting with some of the key people I need to meet with. I met with Evan, and I've also met with Brad and talked about finances on that side as well. I do think it's important, as me coming in with a little less experience, to work on things over the summer. I will have an internship, but that doesn't mean that I'll have more time for other things to focus on student government. So I'm hoping to get a lot of my knowledge and learning done in the summer. I'm a very fast learner. I'm good at figuring things out when I get put in a role that requires me to learn things. So I think this summer will be a big thing of making sure that I'm prepared come fall, so we can hit the ground running and I really know everything, if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Hirsch.
Thank you for coming, Chloe. It's been a pleasure meeting you a few times now. I do have a few questions for you, because I was finance director, and one of the things you talked about was getting looped in over the summer. I was a member of finance committee for 1.5 years, and then transitioning into finance director, I still felt like I didn't know enough. Well, not that I didn't know enough, but that there was still a very steep learning curve to the role. And I do have a question for you. Do you have any student government finance committee experience?
I don't have any student government finance experience. I do have experience on a campaign through student government, which I guess is somewhat included into student government, but not really. So that, I've also been the treasurer of 2 clubs, so being able to see how Workday works, that's what majority of my job as finance director will be in Workday, and processing things in there from the day-to-day stuff, as well as doing the finance committee and annual allocations.
And so during your time as treasurer, did you ever have to review a priority and criteria document or funding criteria? Did you have to review that?
No, I have not.
Did you have to lead a committee of senators and at-larges that vote on funding requests?
No, I have not.
Have you ever done a line item transfer or wrote a line item transfer?
No, I have not.
And then my other question for you is, do you have any Iowa State student government experience?
No, I do not.
And then, are you a proponent of making it to where all student organizations are funding eligible?
No.
You're not?
No.
Can you explain why? Because I know that was one of the platform points promised over this year.
I do want to clarify. I think their idea with saying that was less of doing that would require changing the majority of the PNC. That is something I won't do, and that is something that I disagree with them on. I think majority of that meant making it more aware to students of the resources that they have on campus, and if we're not able to give that to them, then giving them other resources on campus that they can go to for funding through academics or through other resources on campus.
So you're not a proponent of making it to where all student organizations are funding eligible?
No, I don't think that's possible at all. If we did that, we'd run out of money in like 2 days.
So it's just the money piece. It's not necessarily the philosophy of it?
No, I think it is. Like, we have to have points of ineligibility, or else there's no way that we can fund correct things and incorrect things. They would just be a free-for-all. So I do think that having the priorities and criteria is important to the way that we work through our finances here in student government.
And what does the process look like for a club going through annual allocation?
Yeah, so they submit a budget through our website, and then Evan would, or I would, open their budget. They would put their budget in, then they would come to a meeting, which we would look through their budget line item by line item, making sure that everything looks good. After that, then they would come to Senate with our big annual allocation document, and Senate looks at that, makes sure that everything looks good. Then they can also decide to look into detailed, if they want to look at a specific club's budget, they can ask that for as well, and then it would be approved ultimately or not approved.
But they do beforehand, before they can ever even open up a budget to work on and then to submit it, they're required to go to an information session beforehand. And then what is the name of the website that we use for student organizations to submit a budget during our annual allocation process?
Yeah, it's the online finance program, or OFP.
Good. And do you have any experience working within OFP, or have you ever submitted a budget through OFP?
I have not, but I've been looking at our budget in OFP.
And then what are the difference in accounts that we have in student government, and how are those funded?
Yeah, so majority of our, like our big picture bill, that's going to be the student activity fee and how it's distributed into student government's money. And then in between that, then there's like what we spend most of our money through is going to be special projects and Senate discretionary. So the special projects fund gives Senate the opportunity to decide if that's something that they would want to spend their money on or not. It's similar to the Senate discretionary. The Senate discretionary is up to the discretion of Senate. Most of the time, it's going to be like projects that they have, or different funding bills that don't go through annual allocations. Does that answer your question?
It does. And then I yield.
Senator Marcus.
Yeah, so I was just sat to Finance Committee this past semester, maybe end of January, early February. So I haven't been on it for too long, but I was just reading through this wonderful handout, by the way. It absolutely looks amazing. Your short-term goal to start revising the P&C in sections weekly in the fall, can you just talk a little bit about that and like just elaborate more on if you're gonna really like go section by section and change everything, or if you're just gonna like go through section by section and make sure everything makes sense and just kind of do a P&C revision early rather than before annual allocations? Or can you just elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so my idea behind that was going section by section, not totally revising all of it. That's not, like, there's no way we could do that. It's just making sure that everything is in the means to what we think at that time for us. I think when I met with Evan, he said the earlier the better, so that's why I had the idea of doing it earlier, just so we can get through it and make sure that we're taking our time looking through the entire document. And then the earlier we get done with that, then we can have our annual allocation meetings earlier as well.
So is there any specific sections in the P&C? Have you looked at the P&C? Mm-hmm. Okay, is there any specific sections that stood out to you, or just like specific things you've thought about changing yet, or anything that like just is a main goal for you with the P&C?
Yeah, nothing different than what I told Senator Jones of just looking at the case by case stuff and seeing if we can make that into more like detailed stuff to have like a definite answer on what those will look like.
So your main goal with it then is to just change case by cases to be more descriptive, and that way it's not so just left up into the air to like be handled based off what the committee is made up of, and rather the P&C actually outline everything we do?
Majority, yeah.
Okay, I yield.
Senator Iona Dimhoff.
Hi, thank you for speaking to us today. For one of your short goals, I see that you want senators to be selected for the Finance Committee before the summer. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I already have an interest form ready to be sent out, hopefully upon my confirmation, to the senators to fill out, and then I would have an interview following. Obviously, I do know we're going to have an extensive set of agenda next week as well, but the earlier I get senators seated, then I would have a committee, which means if anything would come in through, if anything would come in through the summertime, I would also be able to have a committee to go to instead of having to make this whole decision by myself.
So were you planning on having them seated then before the summer?
I was planning on at least having a couple.
Okay, because I do know that for local affairs, we were told over the weekend that there's no time for any committee sitting bills prior to the summer. That's what local affairs was told. I don't know if finance was told differently, but that's the impression I'm under, that there's no committee bills.
Yeah, and if that's not accessible, in our bylaws, they made a change last year that if I don't have a committee, I'd be the sole speaker of the committee, so I would still be able to make finance decisions throughout the summer if needed.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, just want clarification. Thank you.
No, yeah.
Senator Agarwal.
The question that I had was, okay, so we have a lot of funding things in finance, of course. I'm probably less knowledgeable than any of these other senators here because I've never worked on finance, but I do know that the Green Initiatives funds and asset is are some of the major things that we look at. Could you talk about what that would look like for you? Like, do you know how that works, or have you worked on it before at all?
I haven't worked on it before. Obviously, I said I didn't have student government experience prior to this. But the Green Initiatives Fund is the sustainability's funds for their stuff. So that's different than any other committee. Those have to go through a finance committee and then come to Senate to ultimately get approved, which is different than all the other committees. As far as asset goes, my job as finance director would be to allocate the funds that Senate approves for asset. So making sure that we're getting those funds to asset as quickly and as promptly as possible would be my sole job with them. Also working with the nonprofit coordinator to make sure that we're making the correct decisions on that, because obviously they would be in contact with me about that as well.
Senator Gertis.
First of all, Kairos is an incredible ministry, and I'm sure you do equally incredible work for them. Also, this is a great handout, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
My question is, one of the big campaign points of the Brant Vlasic campaign was to simplify the funding process to make it more accessible to all student organizations, specifically by removing long applications, reducing unnecessary meetings, and updating outdated funding rules. They also promised to make the funding process more transparent with a cent-by-cent breakdown. And I know you already kind of touched on this. You mentioned a couple of your initiatives like the process handout. But other than that, how do you plan to implement these changes? What are your ideas?
Yeah, so as far as the cent-by-cent breakdown goes, that'll be, I think I have it on there as well, but it'll be not just me doing it, but multiple different directors working on that together, which I think will be really awesome to partner with different departments. That's what student government's all about. As far as simplifying and I think you said like taking stuff out of the stuff, I don't remember what you exactly said. No, you're fine.
Reducing unnecessary meetings and updating outdated funding rules.
Yeah, so as far as the outdating funding, that's going to be something that we would look at through the priorities and criterias, just to make sure that everything's up to date. I don't think that that's like a bad thing. We should always be making sure things are up to date. As far as the unnecessary meetings, I don't really think there are any unnecessary meetings in the Finance Committee personally, so that is something I don't agree with them on. I do think that our funding process that we currently go through for student organizations is really good, and there's nothing that I'm going to change with that. Yeah.
Senator Margaret.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Chloe, I want to start off by saying thank you so much for being here. I know it's been said before. It really does take a level of courage and conviction to accept a role in student government, let alone one that, like finance director, that's rather complex. And I think it takes an equal level of commitment to stand before Senate and talk about that, having not done that before. And so I really appreciate you being here and talking about that. I want to make one quick clarification about Senator Agarwal's first speaking privilege before we get too far away. But I know we talked about the Green Initiatives Fund. That fund is unique. It does not have to go through Senate. And so it goes from the committee through Finance Committee, and it's approved there. I think you talked a little bit about having experience with the student government campaign. And so you were the treasurer, if I'm not mistaken, for the Brant Vlasic campaign. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so one question, we've answered a lot of my campaign-related questions, but the one question I still have left is, I know there was some inconsistency in the campaign about the number that was the student activity fee. I think there was inconsistent marketing between what was posted online, said in debates, shared in other public forums. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that and hopefully alleviate some of that miscommunication and share with us that you are aware of what the student activity fee currently is?
Yeah, that was a miscommunication on our part, and we did fix that towards the end of our campaign. The student activity fee is $98 for the year for students. So that was a mistake on our part, and we did fix that as fast as we could. But yeah, thank you for that question.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to clear up anything about that, and that was really the only campaign-related question that I have. But I was hoping to talk about a couple things related, technically more so to the finance director position. I know it's something you shared on your one-pager, which I also think is great. Whenever people come with speeches and one-pagers, that's fantastic. You talk about the special student fee committee. Can you just kind of describe that a little bit and kind of what your philosophy would be there and maybe how that committee works?
Yeah, so I get the opportunity to sit on the Special Student Fee Committee, which is an amazing opportunity I get as finance director. So it's my job when sitting on that committee to speak on behalf of the students of Iowa State. And I think one thing to note for the current administration is we are not planning on increasing the fee for students. So that will be something that I will be focusing on talking about in those meetings, making sure that our students are heard on that perspective while I'm in those meetings.
Awesome. And are you aware of any specific, services or departments or buildings that specifically are funded through the Student Fee Committee?
I'm not.
Okay. Just kind of talking about a couple things internally with student government's finances. We have a pretty complex system, and so I don't think I can sit here all night talking about all of it. But are you familiar more so with our funding tiers and how that works? And could you kind of describe the differences between those tiers?
Yeah, so we have 4 funding tiers. The highest priority would be partnered. And those are going to be organizations that work with student government and are basically linked with student government. So they don't follow the priorities and criterias. So some of those would be like Iowa State After Dark or the Student Union Board. So they have a lot less that they have to follow. So we're able to work with them more, which is really awesome. Sponsored organizations are going to be organizations that follow the mission and the vision of student government and Iowa State. And what makes them different is that they follow the priorities and criteria, but they don't follow the eligibility requirements. And then for eligible clubs, that's going to be any club that has members paying $20 per year. They can't be anything related to academic clubs or receiving money or scholarships for anything. And then they follow the PNC and the eligibility requirements. And if you're ineligible, you just don't follow any of those.
And are you aware of which specific tiers, if any, are eligible to purchase capital items with funding from student government?
Yeah, it's just partnered and sponsored.
Perfect. And so my next question was just kind of talking about examples of requirements for organizations being eligible for funding. You talked about the $20 requirement, proof of income, and some things like that. So I think that answers my question. But are you able to share a few examples of specific requests that would be funding and eligible purchases?
Yeah. So they have like extensive list of different things that are ineligible for funding. But to note a couple, that's going to be anything that's going to be like league requirements or like lodging, referees, student dues, uniforms, anything like that.
Perfect. And so one thing that we try to take note of very carefully, and is kind of a responsibility of the FD, is making sure when people are applying for funding for events particularly, we're doing good attendance tracking so that we have accurate numbers to base our estimates on. Are you aware of kind of what requirements we have for student organizations to do attendance tracking at their events?
I'm pretty sure it's just the like tapping your Iowa State card.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so can you kind of describe for us what a carryover request is? And specifically, I'd be really interested to know when you would and would not deem it appropriate for a student organization to be granted a carryover request.
Yeah, so a carryover request is a request that they make if they don't use all of their money in one fiscal year, they move it over to the next fiscal year. And that's one that goes through the Finance Committee and not through Senate at all, which is really nice. I, as a finance director, can approve anything over or under $500. If it's anything over $500, it must go to the Finance Committee to make that decision. I don't honestly, I think that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think that broadly does. I guess what I was trying to get at as well is maybe, you so yourself are not directly making the carryover request, but you'd be at Finance Committee requesting that they do. I'm curious, when you would, where the line is for you from we should make a carryover request for this versus they should apply separately for a separate event. I'm kind of curious kind of what your philosophy would be there is.
Yeah. I really think it just comes down to, are they going to be able to utilize that in the fiscal year or not? If it's a event happening the next fiscal year, they think that they won't be able to get the funding for that, and they think that moving over those funds would help them fund that, then I think we'd be accessible to do the carryover request. If instead they could still utilize their budget that they have and get a request for the next fiscal year, then I don't think the carryover request is needed.
And I guess you talk about.
Unfortunately, that's the end of your first 5-minute speaking privilege. Awesome. We will now move on to Senator Hirsch's second speaking privilege.
Thank you. I have a question for you about the student activity fee, and I'm glad you were able to tell us that it is $98 a year. Can you tell me what portion of that student activity fee actually does go to student government?
I'm not sure on the exact portion.
So it's $49 a semester, $98 a year. About 10 cents of that does not go to student government. Do you know, does not go into student government allocation specifically. Do you know where that 10 cents does go to?
No, I'm not sure.
It goes into the legislative ambassadors account. So that's how the legislative ambassadors account is funded. It's 10 cents. And so the rest of the $48.90 does go to student government. And you did talk about the Senate discretionary and our special projects account, but can you tell me about the other accounts that we have under student government that you would be responsible for overseeing if you're confirmed as finance director?
Yeah, so assets a big one that I would be involved with, as I talked about earlier. The Green Initiatives Fund. It's going to be the student organizations debt reserve, which is a big one as well. Legislative relations. That names off of a couple of them.
And then are you using a cheat sheet?
I have notes, yeah.
You have notes, okay. And then I do have a question for you because you said their members have to pay $20 to be eligible for funding. It's not, they have to demonstrate $20 of income per member per fiscal year. So what that basically means is if you go out and you have a fundraiser and you're able to raise money, then that also can count towards it. It's just demonstrating income. It's not necessarily requiring members to pay to be part of that organization. I yield.
Senator Jones, second speaking privilege.
Hi, Ian. I know that you touched on the cent by cent. I was hoping you could go in a little more depth about that. As we are already a transparent organization, any member can come into our meetings and watch how much we allocate to clubs, and they can come and watch at student government meetings when we present the bill that we're allocating money to clubs for funding, etc. So I would like to hear more about the cent by cent, please.
Yeah, this is obviously an idea that both Colby and Will had. At this time, we don't really know exactly what that's going to look like since nobody's done it before us. So it's going to be, I guess really I will be bringing the finance side of it, and then I'll have IT and Director of Operations to kind of like make that all come together. But their plan is to have it on the website and on the daily of like a circle that has like the exact cent by cent breakdown, but I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. It's going to be a big priority for us to do throughout the year to make sure that we're able to stay transparent during the fiscal year, because we do a good job about being transparent at this time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Senator Azan's second speaking privilege.
Okay. Just for information, student government has around 14 accounts that the finance director oversees, just for point of information. It's not just 2 or 3 accounts, it's 14. Okay, so my question for you, in past, I had very, very tough discussions about certain things in PNC that I have very strong opinion that we need to make changes. So I love the idea of a fresh perspective, So one of the example that I can share with you was about ethnic food category. For some of the organization on campus can apply only one time per year to get ethnic food category. And my perspective back then was to make it at least 2 times in a year, basically 1 every semester. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a really good idea. It'd be something I'd have to look further into because it would be our funding decisions. But it does make sense to have it once per semester. But it is in our priorities and criteria, and there's a reason for that. So it would be something that I would have to do a deeper dive into.
Okay, awesome. And I'm going to ask us same question that I shared in our office, student gov office. So for example, I'm a member to a finance committee, and if you can imagine putting yourself in that position, I spent X number of years in the finance committee so that one day I can be a finance director. There's a process that involves, if you joining any club on campus, you join as a member, and then hopefully thinking that one day I can apply to be a director for a committee or for whatever position, right? So if you put yourself in that position, spending X number of years in finance committee, learning all the nitty-gritty, all the details that needs to be learned so that one day you can be a finance director. But if that opportunity has been taken away from you, what will be your response on that? How do you, as a leader, how do you think, what should be the ideal way of doing it?
Yeah, obviously I think that is a hard situation to be put into. And I do think it is important to note that if you are in the finance committee and you still want to be in the finance committee, I totally want you to be. Experience is a big thing, and obviously they all have experience in the finance committee, and I'm bringing a little less. So I do think it's important to note that experience will be needed. And I understand where you're coming from as somebody that didn't get the position. It is, I will say it's not totally fair that they spent so much time doing those things, but I think it's a good perspective to see that I'm somebody new, bringing in a new perspective and wanting to get the assistance from people that have experience, because I will need it during my time starting, but I'm willing to put the work and the effort in to learn the stuff.
Awesome. So you think it's not fair for anyone to put in that position? You spend 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, in a committee, and so you think it's not fair?
I think it would be upsetting if I was in that position. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Now, all these things can be learned, and I totally believe that nobody's perfect, and there's always something to work on. How open you are to having these type of tough discussions to learn all these details, because it's going to take a lot of time from your point of view.
Yeah.
It's a steep learning curve. How's your schedule look like if this opportunity is given to you?
Yeah. So I've actually, for next fall, my schedule will be a lot simpler than what I'm at now. So I'll have a lot more time on my hands to be able to spend in the student government office working on things. I do think it's very important to ask questions and get the resources, because I am ultimately the person talking about every finance decision we make, and I need to be good on all those points. So I do think it's important that I take the time, not only next semester, but also this summer, to prepare myself so I am ready for the next year. I get an awesome opportunity to have an entire summer to learn this stuff. So making sure I utilize my time over the summer and continue utilizing my time throughout the fall to really feel good and confident in everything.
Okay, awesome. So there's a discussion, probably a bill that the Board of Regents will vote in upcoming days about increasing tuition. So that is different for student activity fee. What do you think on that? Do we have to increase the student activity fee to meet the inflation and,
I don't believe we have to increase the student activity fee if tuition
Unfortunately,
raises.
that's the end of Senator Zahn's second speaking privilege. We'll now move into Senator Rolls.
Thank you for being here. I was wondering if you could touch more on your knowledge of asset and the asset accounts.
Yeah. So as I said, I'll be working with a nonprofit coordinator in allocating and helping allocate the funds for asset. If I would like the opportunity, I could sit on the asset board, which is kind of fun as well, and would give me more opportunity to see the funding requests that are offered in there. But ultimately, it would be the nonprofit coordinator and any other student government member that wants to be a part of the asset board to make the decisions on what our funding is going to. Then those things would come back to me and Senate, and we would look into it further. And then I would be the sole proprietor of making sure that our funding gets distributed to asset at the right time.
Well, I would say I know our not senator, our Senator Ghost, Hamath over there. He was with, along with me, during our asset allocations last year. I'm sure he could attest it's a lot more complicated than you would think. It's almost completely different from annual allocations. So the finance director doesn't get a say in how the money is allocated. The amount and how it's allocated is determined by asset liaisons, 3 of them along with a nonprofit coordinator. And then it is taken to the finance committee and then local affairs to get approval for that, and then it is seen by Senate. Technically, they are allowed to make changes, but it is not very welcome.
Yeah.
Asset is kind of, it's a lot more simple in its ways, but I'll just leave it at that. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Jernus.
I'd like to yield my speaking privilege to Senator Margaret.
We appreciate that. And I am sorry I have some questions. I do apologize. I just haven't been able to see you in your element of being able to work in Finance Committee, and so I hope this suffices instead. I know Senator Hirsch was talking a little bit about that 10 cents that comes out of the student activity fee in the form of a legislative relations account. Are you aware of the breakdown of what portion of the fee, of the student activity fee paid by graduate and professional senates is allocated to the graduate and professional student senate by any chance?
I'm not.
Okay, so it's about 2/3 of the, not about 2/3, it is 2/3 of that fee is allocated to GPSS. And so I think that might be kind of where some of the confusion is coming from about what the student activity fee is. We talked a little bit about carryover requests. Are you able to kind of describe what a line item transfer is, and then when you, as finance director, would see it appropriate to grant a line item transfer?
Yeah, line item transfers are basically any line on the budget that has a specific title to it. So those would come through the student government website as well. So an example of that would be like if the African Student Association came for ethnic food would be the line item transfer. And then we would go through, it would go through this finance committee, and then it would come to Senate, and Senate would approve it, and then I would, on my side, approve or approve the thing to be moved.
Perfect. And I know obviously an important job of being finance director is also helping to author financial legislation. And so I'm curious if you can kind of describe for us the differences you see between the annual allocations bill and the big picture bill as probably the 2 largest pieces of legislation that the FD authors.
Yeah, so the annual allocation bill is is student organizations coming to finance committee with their budget, and we'll go through it line by line. Whereas the big picture bill is the student activity fee being allocated into the student government funds.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. And, you know, obviously also part of authoring legislation is through finance committee submitting bills to make expenditures from the special projects account. Do you happen to be aware of the minimum amount that account has to be maintained at per the board?
Yeah, $125,000.
I believe it's actually, FD Hirsch can correct me, but I believe it's $250. But, oh, it is? Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm wrong about that. I apologize. But do you happen to have any experience with the trademark approval process?
I do. I went through a lot of that through the campaign, which was really nice.
Perfect. And do you have experience working directly with COA by any chance?
I worked with them a little bit throughout my time as the treasurer during the campaign. And then I've been working with them, obviously, in the transition for my next role as treasurer of WISE.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. And I think we talked about it a little bit earlier, but you don't directly yet have experience with OFP, if I'm not mistaken, our online finance program.
Correct, yep.
Okay. And are you aware of what the limit is on a student government P card for when you're making purchases?
No, I'm not.
Okay, that would be $1,000. It's something to keep in mind as finance director, so we're not violating the university policy in that respect. Yeah. But do you have any examples handy of financial contracts that student government is party to that you would be partially responsible for maintaining and then helping pay out?
The daily contract is one of them. And I mean, any like debt contracts, those would be things, or asset is also somewhat related in that as well.
Perfect. And have you I connected with former FD Martinez. Did you happen to talk to him at all about debt contracts or what the regulations are surrounding when we issue those, how long for, anything like that?
I didn't speak with him on that, sorry. And then it's not in the bylaws or the Constitution either, so it's definitely something that I'm gonna dig more into. But COA is the one that then transfers those funds. I did talk to Jamie about that, and that's what she told me, so they don't do as much on that side of the debt contracts. It's more of student government, but I'm not exactly sure on those things.
Perfect. I really appreciate you bearing with me. That was, I know, a lot of questions, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'd like to go ahead and yield that speaking privilege, but if I can leave my other speaking privilege later in the list to come back to, that'd be great.
I believe you've used both of your speaking
This was
privileges.
Senator Gertis's speaking privilege that was yielded to me.
Okay, but I believe you used both of them prior, though, I believe.
I had used one speaking privilege prior and
Okay.
had my placard up for the second one. Just if I'm able to, as a
Awesome.
courtesy, be moved down, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, awesome. We can
Thank
do
you.
that. Awesome. Senator Kikun.
Thank you for being here, Chloe. Maybe, I don't know if this works. I do believe the Finance Committee is one of, I would say, the most critical committee here. I haven't been in the Finance Committee before, but I've seen some of the workings, and I think it's very, very, very much critical. I will direct my question to Kobe. Yes. I would like to know, because I'm actually concerned regarding the experience of the candidates for this position. I would like to know if, I understand it may not be a requirement or whatever criteria you set for vetting our candidates for this. I would like to know if there were other candidates who have had experience in the Finance Committee in one form or the other, especially here, who actually applied for this position. And also why, if there was any, why they were disqualified or so.
Thank you for the question, but just due to confidentiality and making sure that we respect other people's privacy, we won't be able to share other people who applied for that position unless...
No, not their names.
Yep.
But if there were candidates who have had Finance Committee experience, not about their names or very specific items, but were there candidates with Finance Committee experience who applied for this position?
Yes.
Okay, further to that, why were they not, or why were they disqualified or not selected? And we have a candidate whom, to a great extent, doesn't have any experience in finance, and we know how critical this is. There's actually room for learning, but I think this is one of the positions in which you hit the ground running. So I would also like to understand about that.
Yeah, thank you. I talked a little bit earlier about our selection process too, and it was more than just experience that went into it. Student government has a lot of work to do in reducing barriers for students to come and get funding from student government. And Chloe is one of the most outgoing, kind, and caring people that I've ever met. And if I were a student, I would feel comfortable coming to her to get funding. That's what matters. It matters that students feel comfortable coming to the finance director. And ultimately, that played a large part in our decision making. And also, Chloe has strong financial skills. While she doesn't have student government experience, she knows policies and university procedures around Workday, COA, all of those things, and that's ultimately what helped us to make our decision.
Okay, you just mentioned some items now. I would like to understand if you can explain to this Senate if those items or if there were other items which are more important than having experience as to the workings of the Finance Committee or every item related to finance. If there were other items that have priority in the selection process over experience in handling finance matters. If you can explain to us if there were other items like that that you took into consideration.
Could you repeat the question again?
Were there other items that took priority over having experience regarding the finance matters in the Finance Committee, whatever? What other items are there?
Yep. Like I talked about, Chloe is an outgoing person. She's very...
Is that more important than having experience on the role?
I never said that that was important. And I think it's important, too, to recognize that Chloe does have experience with finance. As she's previously mentioned, she's made it very clear tonight what her experiences are relating to finance.
Are we?
Are there any objections? All right, awesome. We will go ahead and move into the next one, which is Senator Kanmeyer.
All right, I'm sorry. This has been bothering me all night. Can we change it from 23rd to 23rd, please, on the bill? Just take it as a friendly. Like, I'm sorry. Like, really big, huge question here. So I've obviously never been finance director, but I got to see some of those roles, I guess you could say, this past semester. And one of them that I found the most difficult was a club reaching out to me, asking questions about funding, and later figuring out that they have a debt contract, or later figuring out like, hey, unfortunately, we can't fund that. What are your ways of approaching, whether it's an email or meeting with someone in person, and trying to tell them that, unfortunately, that's not something that we're going to be able to fund?
Yeah, I do think that when having those, I think it's better to have them in conversations. I think sometimes things come over a little differently in an email. So that would definitely be a meeting that I would have with them. And ultimately, maybe that is in the finance committee where we're like, actually, we can't fund you because of something within our priorities and criteria that doesn't allow for it. I have never had issues saying no to people, as I said earlier. Saying it in a very respectful manner is what I think is most important when deciding those things.
Thank you for that. And then, so you said right now you're the Kairos treasurer. Will you be Kairos treasurer again next year?
Yeah, so I'll be the Kairos treasurer, and then I'll be a treasurer of another club. Although with Kairos, it's different because they don't do funding through student government, so I don't receive any money from Iowa State at all, and all my stuff for them is already done. So like I won't have anything for them the rest of this year or next year. And then for my Women Impacting Supply Chain Excellence Treasury role, we meet once a month, so it would just be putting in transactions through Workday one time a month.
Yeah, I actually looked at OFP as Kairos popped up. Never have submitted a budget in the almost 20-year history of OFP. When it comes to running the committee, I feel like Evan took an approach of mainly like leading through like talking organizations through the PNC and talking about what you could say is and isn't funding eligible, and just asking questions. Would you take a similar approach, or would you mainly have the senators or at-larges around you ask those questions?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to go to the Finance Committee. I think that was really awesome and amazing to see everything work. I think I would take a little like a bit of both. I think sometimes when I would need to step in, maybe explain something, then I would. But I also think it's important to let the senators and at-larges speak. They're on my committee. That is their job. So I think it'd be a little bit of a mix of both, if that answers your question.
This kind of ties in it. What would you say your leadership style is?
Yeah, I would say I am the type of leadership that like I am a very communicative person. I don't know if I said that right. So I'm going to be coming to you, talking to you, asking you what you need from me at that time. I do think it's really important to be able to delegate different things as finance director. And I think Evan did a really good job at that. And he said that it worked out really well in finance committee to be able to let the senators do a little bit more. So I think that's something I definitely will be doing the next year as well.
Awesome. I also wanted to ask, so you talked about expanding to at-larges, so that's something that we didn't do this year. I'm not sure. I know we've done it a little bit in the past. What would you be looking for in an at-large for Finance Committee?
Yeah, so that would also be another interest form I would put out for people. I really would like to get people from different majors, so obviously to have a big array of different people would be important. Obviously, I know Martin started as an at-large as the Finance Committee, but really getting a diverse group of senators and at-large members is really important to me in the Finance Committee.
Another thing that we added to the bylaws, technically it had existed for a couple years, was a GPSS representative, GPS treasurer, or someone like that. Have you reached out to the GPSS treasurer? I'm assuming they're newly elected, or a representative from GPSS that we could see on the Finance Committee?
I have not yet. Obviously, I know this year the person did not sit on Finance Committee, but I will definitely reach out to them and see if that's something that they're interested in, because I think it's another perspective to bring as well.
And right now, a few of you have heard me talk several times
I'm
about
sorry,
committee.
unfortunately, that's the end of your
Okay.
first. I can get you. Yeah. Awesome. Senator Reinhardt.
Hi, I'm sure you've heard it, but thank you very much for your page. I just have a really quick question. So on one of your long-term goals, you said that you wanted to give monthly reports to the Senate about the funding. During every Senate meeting, I mean, I've been to a good amount of them, but I probably missed a few. The finance director does usually give a report. So I want to know what would be the difference between the report that you want to give versus the one that the finance director already gives.
Yeah.
Just because I would say that I feel pretty confident in those reports, the weekly reports. I don't always know exactly what they're talking about, but I don't always feel the need to like ask more questions about it or anything like that. So what kind of changes would you make to those monthly reports versus like the weekly reports we get?
Yeah, so the weekly reports are like reporting what Finance Committee and what Finance Director are doing, which is great, and those will continue. This idea is more of like, it would come out with the agenda, and it would show like exactly what our like funding looks like at that moment. So like where the accounts are at. When I talked to Brad said that was something that they've done in the past and that is supposed to be done and just hasn't. So that can look either like weekly or monthly.
Okay, so it's not something totally new. It's something that they've already been or supposed to be doing?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just a long-term goal of yours to bring it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator Margaret.
Well, I want to thank you again for answering my questions. I really appreciate it, and I promise I don't have any more questions for you. I'm finished with that. I very much don't enjoy asking tough questions, and I'm really sorry that I had a lot. I genuinely, I do think it's great that you're here. From having met you in the office, I respect you a lot, and I think you had great answers to some of the questions I answered tonight, or I posed tonight. Having been in this organization for quite a while, I've not seen, and I'm not saying it can't happen, but I've not seen a nomination for finance director in the modern history of student government for someone that doesn't have a year, if not a couple of years of finance committee experience. And for those of you who know me, maybe you heard me speak on Monday a little bit about challenging the status quo. I'm not a believer in blind tradition, right? Just because we've done something a certain way doesn't mean we have to continue doing it this same certain way. But I think the reason we continue that tradition with finance directors is because the cost of failure with our finances and their management is so high. Because if we miss a payment, if we misfile a transfer request to a student organization because we didn't classify it the right way, they don't have their event. If we don't honor a contract with Asset, there's a service in our community that doesn't get funded. And I have absolute confidence. I think you would be great. I think if you were on finance committee for a year and you learned kind of how to do these things, I think you would be an amazing finance director. I think as a Senate, we do have to consider experience. And with the utmost respect to President Bryant, with the utmost respect to you, I think I'm going to have to vote no on this. And for that, I do apologize. I yield.
Senator Moisango.
I know one of the most important things that we consider on finance when we are making decisions is presidents. Most of the things are based on presidents because we will be trying to treat each and every club fairly, as we have done in the past. And you haven't been on the finance committee at all. How do you look, or how do you think you overcome that? How do you think you overcome the fact that you have never seen what happens in finance? How we have made previous decisions on funding some clubs. How do you overcome that? Because you have to kind of go in the same line of how you funded clubs in the past years.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys do take minutes for every single meeting, so I can always listen back to those and see how some of those were ultimately decided. And I will have experienced senators sitting on Finance Committee, so to get perspective from them as well would be very important. But all of our documentation is all out to sea, so it'd be things that I could look back at and help make those decisions if we need to look back on anything at all.
Okay. Some of these decisions are made on the run, are made like during the meetings, and they are not documented in our documents, but they are like recordings. Are you going to go through all the recordings that we recorded throughout the year? I'm sure that throughout your allocations we recorded more than a day of recordings, more than 24 hours of recordings for annual allocations. Are you going to go through all of those?
I will do anything that gives me the opportunity to understand exactly what I need to know for a decision before we make it.
Okay. One of the things that I heard you mention was that you would probably rely on senators who have experience. If you were to have a committee which was completely new and you had to teach them the way of how to do things, how would you do that when you yourself don't have the experience?
Yeah, I think it's reaching out to the resources I do have, and that's going to be Evan, who was the former finance director, and also our advisors. Brad's an amazing advisor of finance, and he brings in some really good perspectives as well, and is really good at teaching. Resources are going to be a big thing with me not having as much experience in student government funding. Being able to go to the resources when I need them is going to be important.
Thank you. I yield.
Senator Agarwal.
Okay, cool. You've gotten a lot of hard questions today. I just want to preface my question by saying that I really appreciate your commitment and your dedication to this role, and I really appreciate your willingness to answer every single question that was thrown at you today. With that being said, what's something that makes you stand out from the other candidates except you being approachable and bringing a fresh perspective to finance? I personally know the other applicants that applied. I wouldn't give out their names unless they want me to. But I know them, and I know that they've held a variety of experience. And as much as I hate to say it, it all boils down to experience. This position is something that holds tremendous power. This position is something that holds tremendous weight. And as much as I'd like to, I think you'd be a great fit. It just doesn't seem morally fit for me or my constituents to vote for someone who hasn't had the experience necessary to do the things that need to be done, right? So my question is, what makes you stand out from the other candidates except you being approachable and bringing in a new perspective to finance?
Yeah. Obviously, you had said experience is a big thing, and I will agree with that. I think experience does take a role in it. I think perspective is obviously as well. I'm a fast learner. I am willing to jump into anything and figure it out as best as I can and to my abilities as fast as I can. I think in this role especially, learning, it's gotta be a learning curve for me and any person that goes into it as finance director. Obviously, my learning curve might be steeper than somebody else's, but I'm really committed to learning everything that I need to learn for this.
And then I also wanted to touch up on your commitments for next year and how much time you're going to be spending as finance director. I know that PNC and allocations and everything like that takes a lot of time. I know that you're going to have to drive with other directors. You're going to have to go out with them, get them the P card, and you can't just hand it out to anyone, right? Mm-hmm. You're going to have to go with them. You're going to have to make sure that all the purchases that are needed are happening. What are your time commitments for next year apart from Kairos and WISE? That you are a part of?
Those are my only other commitments, and so with Kairos, I get the ability, I don't have to go to a lot of their things, so it is happening right now. Well, it's already over, but I'm just not going to those because I need to be at Senate, and that's important. And then as far as my other two clubs, those are both on Tuesdays, so that's my commitment there, but it's just an hour. So really any other time that I have is going to be spent in student government.
Right, and then I have a couple of questions about what organizational skills do you think that you have prepare you for this role? Things that, you're going to have to obviously upload receipts to Workday and do all of that. I want to touch base on your organizational skills and then your ability to, I don't know how to word this. I'll let you speak on this one and then come back to that.
Okay, yeah, my organization skills, I'm very organized. I have my calendar with every single thing on there that I'm doing, as well as I'm very detail-oriented, and that I think will work really well with Workday and the tasks that I have to do within Workday, making sure that I'm getting those tedious tasks done on time and done to the correct ability for Workday. I think that if that answers your question.
Okay. And then you said you're doing an internship over the summer, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be, I assume, 40 hours a week, every week, right? Apart from that 40 hours a week, not only are you going to have to work as the finance director, you're also going to have to face this very, very steep learning curve as finance director. Don't you think that it's going to take you more time off your work and the position of the finance director combined to, kind of fit into this role? I feel, let me word this right. So you're going to have 40 hours of work, right? And then you're going to have your duties as a finance director. And then you're going to have an additional burden of knowing those duties and learning about them, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't doubt your ability to learn, but I do think that that's an added commitment that you're going to have to give, for which reason I would also vote no for this bill. I apologize.
Okay.
30 seconds.
He has two speaking privileges, so
Oh,
he's using
absolutely.
the second one.
Second,
Yes.
okay.
So I have 5 minutes, technically.
Got it.
Yeah, in 30 seconds. Okay, first of all, I'm so sorry for all these questions. You were put in a tough spot. And the amount that I've spent talking to you, I love your personality, and it's not you. There's nothing personal, to be honest. I have seen so many tough questions that we typically don't ask because the candidate we see normally for these positions is someone that we already appreciate the work they have already done in past. So that's the only reason that we, as a senator, some of the tough questions we are asking to make sure we are justifying the position that we are representing our constituency council. So we have to respect all the students, and we have to respect this position as well. And that's the only reason that we are asking these tough questions so that we don't have to bear any challenges in future. Mm-hmm. And I'm so sorry you had to go through all of this, personally speaking. So the question for you, did anyone promise you this position when you were campaigning as a treasurer for student gov campaigning?
No, I went through the same process that everybody else did when applying for it
Okay.
and interviewing with it, sorry.
Okay, yeah. I'm also the GPSS president, and so I can help you connect with the treasurer for GPSS, which is like 33% of their student activity fee goes to student government, graduate to student activity fee. I think Noha did talk about, having a treasurer sitting in committee meetings. Mm-hmm. This is something that you want to implement, or what's your thought process on that? Are you expecting the treasurer to sit in annual allocation, or some other finance committee meetings as well?
I'm gonna real quick point of information that it's written in the bylaws.
Yeah.
It's not something that they're implementing. This is something that is part of our contract with GPSS through the Articles of Cooperation.
For annual allocation or for the other meetings?
For all finance committee meetings.
Okay, awesome. So for that, there are sometimes there are situations where treasurer cannot make it to the meetings because of other commitments. So what's your, how will you accommodate that situation, Because you have your own schedule, the time period that you want to conduct meetings, and then there are situations when the treasurer of GPSS is not available because of teaching, because of, going to conference, XYZ situation, and things happen. So what's your response on that situation? What plan you want to do?
Yeah, I think it's kind of going to be up to my discretion, but if it's something that they can't really miss and they have to be gone for it, It's just like if you miss Senate, like you have a reason to be gone. I don't really see why I can do anything about it. They'd be gone for that. We'd inform them on anything that happened within the finance committee meeting that they missed.
Okay, so you're not willing to reschedule to accommodate that situation?
If that's the only person that's not available, it's kind of hard to reschedule for everybody else.
Okay, so I'm going to yield back to Raj if he has any more questions.
One last thing. I think we skipped over this because I had so much to ask. But what do you think sets you apart from the other candidates, or apart from your approachability and your fresh perspective to Senate? I know. I just don't think I got an answer.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I swear I answered that. Yeah. I said it was like my fast ability to learn, because obviously they have experience, so they won't bring in that perspective of it. So that was what I said. Yeah. Yeah.
Are there any objections? All right, we will begin with a roll call vote, starting with Senator Iona Dimhoff. Gerdes. Rolls. Reinhardt. Grafe. Jones. O'Connor. Shin. Utica. Abstain? Miller. Moisango. Cronin. Kekun. Azan. Kanmeyer. Hirsch. Brennan. Quarshi. Abstain. Verger. Agarwal. Snyder. No. Bailey. Hartley. Margaret. Nundall. No. Persley. No. Neal. Kusi. Oh, sorry, not here. Gardy. Juwan. Marcus. Any objections? Daman? All right, back to the top. Azan? Yes. Kanmeyer? Hirsch? Brennan? All right. And the final result is 3 to 21 to 7, and the bill fails. We will now move into. Are there any objections? So closing. Yeah. So closing comments, or should we? All right. We're adjourned.